Welcome everybody to the Pocket Dragon Pub. My name is Vixie and I am your friendly neighborhood DM tonight. And guess what? We are here for the second episode of Wanderhome. Yay! Our fabulous table has returned to tell more about our little adventurers as they travel across the heathland and find new friends and new places to discover. That said, why don't you guys introduce yourselves so everybody gets to know you all over again?
Hi, I'm Cody. They, them pronouns. You can find me on, I have a website. It's www.codygonzaga.com. Cody spelled Kodi, because I'm special. I am an aspiring, I'm a game designer and aspiring actual play person. And I'm very excited to be here.
Yay! All right.
Hi everyone, I'm Artem, pronouns he, they. I am a performance artist and a TTRPG nerd. And I host two podcasts. I have a foodie and movie podcast called Scary Movie and a Sandwich. And I have a TTRPG podcast called I Only Got Three Voices. And you can find me on Instagram at Artem Directly, where I primarily post content of me and my tiny perfect dog.
Tiny and perfect.
Yes.
The full package.
My God. I'm so blessed.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, that's me. Hi, everybody. I'm Amber, also known as the Space Jamber. I am a 3-time Emmy-nominated TTRPG writer, editor, podcaster, and streamer. You can find me anywhere there's internet at the Space Jamber. And I guess by the time anything goes live, anything I'm in is not going to be going. So no. Yeah, just find me on the internet. I'm currently working on the Chewniverse, which is the expansion book for Chew, which is a Forge in the Dark game based on the graphic novel Chew. So really excited to be working on that and excited to be here finishing up Wanderhome.
I know a couple nerds that would love to play that game. Just saying.
Yes. Awesome.
And hi there all. My name is Kayla McDonald. I am playing Gimbal. I am an actor, artist, makeup person sometimes, depending on the day of the week. You can find me at thekaylamcd.com or on Instagram at thekaylamcd and on Discord at lemonstre11.
Love it. Love it. Yes, Kayla does wonderful work. Do find her on all the socials. But anyway, that is our wonderful table, and you will get to meet their characters. If you haven't met them in the first episode, you'll get to meet them today as we enter into the Heathland. So y'all ready to play a game?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is not my place to describe the entire history of the land of Heath. After all, it wouldn't make for a very good journey if I were to tell you such a thing before we even put on our shoes. Instead, I will simply mention that there are legends about this place that hang from the lips of every old shrew. and a legend buried in the crevice of every stone.
The breeze in the heathland is picking up, and with it go the rains. Since your adventures in Katapa, where you resolved the issue of the pouring rain by appeasing a forgotten god, the skies have cleared and the weather has been absolutely delightful as you've traveled towards a little place called Marblemoor. Now, when we last left our wanderers, they actually had joined up, or were planning to join up with a caravan belonging to a kith named Calyx. Now, you've been traveling with this caravan for some time. Takes about a week to get from Katapa to Marblemoor, and you are nearing the end of your journey. Along the way, you've met a few individuals. You've met Calyx's family, as well as other kith that are within the caravan. And that's where you find yourselves, just half a day or so away from the city of Marblemoor. Why don't we start with some character intros and find out what your characters are doing in this moment?
Yeah, I can start. Let's go in the same order. I am playing Pat or Patchouli, but they usually go by Pat. Any pronouns are fine. They are maybe, I think we said like 12, 13, young teenager age is Pat. They are a little red panda with stomping boots and a cap that's always worn backwards. They are the physical embodiment of ADHD. And I think Pat, she's probably just... I'm probably bothering someone with a bunch of questions, so I'm either walking alongside someone or sitting next to someone on a wagon or something and just talking their ear off.
Okay, do you think you'd be speaking to someone who's around your age, or do you think this would be an adult that you'd be bothering with all these questions?
Ooh, I think I'm probably talking to someone around my age, because I've been traveling with, this is affectionate, these old farts for a while. And Pat really wants to enjoy the company of other kids and teens, because he hasn't experienced that in a while, so...
And you'll definitely find kids in this caravan. Among them is a child called Minos, if you know, you know. And that happens to be Calyx's young son. He's also a water buffalo like Calyx. Hence why, if you know, you know. But yes, that's who you're bothering with questions, and he's firing them right back at you.
Incredible.
But before we get too deeply into that scene, that's what Pat's doing. Let's move on. I believe it's to Nick. What are you up to, Nick?
Well, so my character is Sir Nicola, who is an 8-inch tall hedgehog. He's very grand for a hedgehog. And I believe Sir Nicola is, Sir Nicola had bought a present for Corbett, a hat, that I think the night prior, or the morning of this trip, really, he got kind of cold paws, and wasn't sure how to broach the gift giving, because they have kind of, I guess, Corbett and Sir Nicola have a kind of a tenuous thing. They were on different sides of military conflict. And so, but Corbett was extremely kind to Sir Nicola and gave him their hat, which is now, it's very much like mushroom style, just completely covering the full circumference of their tiny, tiny little hedgehog body, and it's shielding them from most of the rain. And so he's just kind of walking along with his box, kind of thinking about how to give the gift. I think maybe he, without noticing it, bumps into Gimbal, or into maybe one of Gimbal's bumblebees. Oh, sorry, excuse me, I have to watch where I'm walking. How are you, Gimbal?
Oh, I'm doing all right today. How are you?
Good. This is good journey. And he knocks on his one peg leg. He's got a prosthetic that he walks on. He's like, my special leg is feeling pretty good. I'm feeling. I have to say, I'm feeling optimistic today. Do you feel optimistic about our journey?
Oh, I feel it in my bones that it's going to be a good one. I'm glad that you're feeling well rested after all that rain and being stuck for so long. I think we're off to a great start today, Sir Nicola.
Good. I like this attitude. This is good. Hey, can I ask you a question, Gimbal?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So, if someone is to be very nice to you and give you like a present, and you want to say, appreciate the present, here is something for you. What is like a cool, casual way to do this without making big deal?
Ooh, cool and casual. Are you trying to impress someone, Sir Nicola? Or are you just a little nervous about showing your true colors of kindness?
Oh, no, of course I'm not nervous. No, that is, Sir Nicola does not get nervous. It's just a more, I want to be polite and appropriate. That is all. Yes, maybe a little impress somebody. Why not? They deserve this. Yes.
And while Gimbal ponders this, I'm going to take the quick little side to I am playing Gimbal. I am a goat, a nice old grayed out goat, literally an old goat. I am a shepherd. I have my crook. I have my cloak at all times with me as well. And I have a delightful herd of honeybees. I'm right now riding on my largest one, which is Hickory. My old legs are tired. I don't feel like walking alongside these caravans after all this adventuring we've already been doing. It's been a long day. So she and Sir Nicola also have a little bit of a not as tenuous as Sir Nicola and Corbett's relationship for being opposite sides of the conflict, but Corbett and I were on the same side of the conflict. But I was a much less active participant due to being a shepherd and having to take care of my flock and make sure that they survived the conflict. So Gimbal sits and ponders and stares off a little bit, almost forgets to respond to Sir Nicola until Hickory kind of gives her a nice little bump physically to be like, hey, ma'am, what you doing?
Oh, yes. Advice. Well, I would be you, Sir Nicola. I would be as kind and I would be as polite, but I wouldn't make it a big presentation. Whoever you're giving this mystery gift to might also be a bit nervous at times. And I would say to maybe do it when you can get them a little bit alone so they don't feel pressured to respond a certain way. But I would say just be you. If they know you and they already probably are friends with you, if you're giving them a gift, I don't think you should have any problems, Sir Nicola.
Yes, and if it is an interesting option to be me. Do I have to be me? Is there a better option?
Oh, well, if you would like to be someone else, I suppose you could do that. Or if you would like support, you could always have one of my bees come with you to kind of be there with you to kind of keep you a little more relaxed so you can truly be you and not just be Mr. Official Nicola.
Yes, I'm very official. You're right. Okay, I like this. Which of your bumblebee? I think you're very wise. I had the feeling you have given people gifts before. You have a.
I have in the past, and I would recommend if you're looking for a bee to come with you, I would take Mitzi. She is a little bit slow, so you might have to walk a bit slower with her, but she's very comforting. She's the oldest in our herd right now.
Oh, good. I prefer a slower bumblebee. You know, I don't want to rush with my leg. I mean, I was very fast but now I prefer a slow. So, thank you. Okay, and he'll and all of his tiny stature will, like, just maybe kind of like pet like a leg of this bumblebee and kind of like try to guide it with him as he ponders how to deliver a present via bumblebee.
And Gimbal just kind of uses her crook to kind of like push Mitzi a little bit towards him to be like, yeah, follow, go on.
He kind of holds the hand. Very good. Thank you, Gimbal.
That, and then there was one.
Oh, so finally, Corbett has been going through a time lately. I mean, it's fine, you know, all of the things that a crow in their quarter life crisis always goes through, you know. Especially after going through a war and having to, you know, escaping the slings and arrows of being called a deserter. You know, it's fine, we live. But Corbett is taking a lot of solace lately in, like, the tendrils of smoke that extend from the tip of a cigarette, and them turning in those tendrils of smoke turning into the memories of the little god that we saved back in the previous town, where Corbett would tell these tall tales of what it was like to be a student organizer and what it was like to be on the trenches and experiencing the losses that came from the war and how it really changed them and their perspective on the world, and how to maybe treat the world and its inhabitants a little kinder. Corbett sees so much of themselves, sees so much of their companions in these tendrils and creating, you know, almost like little flashes of memories of the bittersweet times that mixed in with the beautiful and delicious times. But I think right now they're kind of stuck in this moment of solitude right now. Everyone goes through phases. Everyone goes through moments where they're not necessarily interested in being the most social, especially when processing this thought of the little gods fearing being forgotten and being, you know, lost to time. And Corbett also has friends and family that once thought that they would be forgotten and lost to time. And right now it's really, they're sitting probably underneath a tree, out of the way of like direct line of sight from pretty much anyone in the crew. And also just because, my God, the feel of sun directly on their feathers just like reflecting off like all of the heat retains just because they're so dark and wearing such dark colors. You know, it's not comfortable. It's not the most wonderful feeling in the world. But lately it's the shadows that feel more like home. Lately it's thoughts that feel like mansions because they're expansive, never ending. But they know to come back to the flock, the herd, whenever possible, whenever necessary, whenever time dictates it. It's just this time right now for isolation is what's most important.
Right. The Just as a point of note, the caravan is moving, but it is moving slowly. So if you wanted to if this is like you just taking a moment to like breathe, and then you're like planning to catch up, I just want to make you aware the caravan has not stopped. They're still making their way towards Marblemoor.
I appreciate that. Well, there's probably like
it's slow. So I mean, like I said, if you wanted to take like a 5, you could. They're not exactly in a rush. It's not an emergency. They're not running from something. So they're just enjoying the journey and the weather.
Maybe there's like a little hollow underneath that Corbett was able to like finagle out of like some stacked packages or something. You know, like almost like a fort. If they can make a fort out of like stuff in the caravan and hide in the fort, that would probably be ideal. Crows can come up with something out of nothing very easily.
Okay, so you have a little nest. You've created a little nest for yourself within one of the wagons. And you're currently isolated. Let's see. I think last but not least, our dear old lady black cat Tabitha is making click-clack noises as the sound of her crochet needles move. She is sitting on one of Gimble's bees, busily making bee blankets for Gimble's bees. She's also old lady tired and does not want to walk, so she is currently doing this on one of the bees that Gimble. She's obviously asked Gimble first, but she does not want to walk either. And she's just minding her business. She's also being very quiet, just in that way that you can coexist. Like Gimble is there, obviously, but in that way where you don't have to have a conversation. You just like having the presence of another person within your vicinity. And that's kind of where Tabitha is. She's just enjoying the fact that Gimble is there with her. She has company. She's not alone, but she's not exactly like making lively conversation either. It's just a little old lady kind of, working on her things in the presence of others and kind of appreciating that company. And those are our lovely wanderers. Yes. And as you continue along, the caravan crests over a hill, and you see the beginnings of the city of Marblemoor. Let me actually get my notes so I know what this place looks like. Because if you've never played Wanderhome, you create your places, the places that you visit as a group. I want to make sure I do justice to all the things that we picked together. So the first thing that you see in the city of Marblemoor is actually a vast field, almost to the side of where the structures are. There's almost like what you see is almost like a beautiful stone gate situation that protects the city. Obviously, this is following a war, and the city still bears the vestiges of what that meant, old protections and things like that. And the reason it's called Marblemoor is because the buildings are made of white stone that looks like marble. Granted, because of the war, because of the things that have happened in the past, many of these buildings are dilapidated. Some structures that are abandoned are crumbling. It's very much a city that might have once been very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Urban, that has almost been reclaimed by nature itself. And in doing so, the people have kind of learned to coexist within that space. So you'll see a lot of buildings that have been kind of patched up, but with more natural materials, maybe with some wood or, more granite stuff. Things so that the buildings are still houses, there can still be homes, they're still functional, but they're not necessarily the structures that once were. And in the field that you can see, it's actually you guys, how much would you guys know about Marblemoor, I guess, is my question to you. as players? Because these are the kind of questions we can ask in Wanderhome in terms of travel. I know Tabitha probably will have an idea, but I don't want to be the constant exposition.
I feel like because there's such a big field next to Marblemoor, maybe it wasn't necessarily the site of maybe it was the site of a battle, but it is not like the battlefield we were leaving at the beginning of the last one. It is completely like it's been cleaned up. It's like a nice field now, but like it was the site of some conflict perhaps during the war. Perhaps that's the reason all the buildings or one of the reasons all the buildings are dilapidated.
Yes, I would 100% agree with that. I do think that there is a more mystical reason for this field as well. I think that there is a legend about the field, and it was one of those situations similar to the Library of Alexandria. Sorry, I know it's too soon. Teardrop. But where it was a site that was important enough that the opposing side chose to destroy it as a power move, if you will. And over the years, it has slowly been curated and brought back by the people of Marblemoor. And I would also venture to say that what you see in this field is actually, it's not wheat, it's not food, but I think you see thousands of tiny buds of flowers that look almost like big tulips. Like what they'll bloom into is kind of something like in a tulip shape.
I also think Sir Nick is probably is aware of Marblemoor as a city that was in the campaigns involved in a lot of fighting, and probably was invaded, defended kind of thing. I think for Sir Nick, arriving in the city is very haunting. I think it's a difficult place to visit. It's very familiar to a lot of places he'd seen as such a long time ago. I think he'll want to interact with like the walls and the parts where nature has taken over the place, and kind of I don't know. I think it takes him into a place of kind of difficult reverie, I suppose, kind of thinking about all of the things that were lost and continue to be lost, things that are sort of he's given up hope on finding, and honestly the meaninglessness of the conflicts, as it were, which is something that Sir Nick really definitely just struggles with, is just the point at which all of these conflicts went on for so long that it was kind of a lost point.
Right.
Why even,
At what cost?
Yeah, yeah. So I think that's where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
I think for Gimbal, it's going to be that they've been there in the past pre-war, since being a more nomadic. They're from a line of shepherds, having that kind of nomadic lifestyle. They've been there. It's just, I don't think they've been there since the war started, just because the conflict was so great and widespread. But so it's a little bit like seeing like a childhood fair that you went to one time, because it was this beautiful grand marble city with these sprawling fields around it for all of their flocks to go to. And seeing it in such a state is a bit of a shock, but I think at this point, for the carnage that they've seen as a collective through this conflict, she's just happy that any of it's still standing. So part of it's that very bittersweet of, at least like, oh yeah, I remember like there used to be this restaurant here, or there used to be this post here, we used to stay here when we would travel here when I was a kid. Like kind of those items, but not so much tied to the actual inner city itself. So all of that to her is a little bit less hurtful to see it in its current state. And I know the bees right now are absolutely stoked because there is flowers that are blooming and ready to bloom. Queen bee of the herd, June, has already taken off to go find somewhere to hoard all of the pollen that they're about to collect. The bees are like absolutely going out of their head, all but Mitzi, because Mitzi is excited to be on a little vacation Nick right now to not have to do work because she's old. Also, she's with Tabitha and Gimbal. She doesn't want to do anything at this moment.
Lots of tired old ladies in this group.
Yeah.
We just want to sleep, thank you.
It's a mood, honestly.
Wanderhome, if not like tired old lady simulator at the TTRPG.
Get in touch with your older, tired lady.
Getting ready for my future.
Yes. Oh my God. But yeah, so speaking of, how does Corbett feel about coming to Marblemoor?
Marblemoor, let me just check the lore. Marblemoor probably is one of the places that Corbett has not been to since the war as well. Even though they're on the younger end of the spectrum of the Bitter Old Lady Brigade, like it's sorry, I just rewatched season 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Let's go. That's an episode of Wanderhome. We just do RuPaul's Drag Race, but like in the style of Wanderhome, like in the game.
The sassiest game of Wanderhome you would ever see.
100%.
I call dibs on Ginger Minge. Anyway, so Corbett probably it's because this was the last place that they saw a lot of their friends alive. Corbett is really struggling, and that's why they needed the isolation as we were entering in with the caravan. It's hard to see something so familiar and be at the end of a major part of the journey and yet still be stricken with grief and feeling like maybe you failed those that you were closest to. And Corbett no longer has the orchid that they kept as a symbol of the revolution. They very graciously, gave their hat to Sir Nicola, which was amazing. And this really, a gesture of kindness that they didn't think was possible within them. But it still hurts to not have any trinkets or any other tangible items to serve as pieces of memory anymore. Even though the memory now will be living on through these trinkets and seeing them dispersed through other means, it still sucks. They wish that they would much rather have the people here with them in Marblemoor.
They won't bring the people who are gone back, yeah.
Right.
I will say this as well. It is called Marblemoor partially because of the buildings, but also because of the landscape. The field is a very peaceful place to rest. You can see that there are flowers growing there that are ready to bloom. There is a spiritual significance to that because it is a spiritual place. I think I talked about that initially. And as you can hear the grass sort of rustling in this breeze, almost as if the breeze is announcing the coming of the season of Bright, which you are just on the cusp of, because we are in the last week of monsoon. And as you enter into Marblemoor, you realize that even though this is a vestige of a place that's been ravaged by war and has recovered from it, it's festive. The air about here is cheerful. There are colorful streamers hanging from buildings. There is so much beauty to be found in decor as you realize that people are getting ready for the Festival of Evolution. You've come to the place where this rare festival is being held. Now, to fill our audience in who don't know about the lore of Wanderhome, in Wanderhome there are different holidays that celebrate the change of the seasons. Normally, the holiday that would herald the changing of monsoon to bright is actually a festival called the Sun Parade. However, in other places, not everyone celebrates the Sun Parade. Some people celebrate things like the Festival of Evolution, which is a festival about cleansing and clearing and releasing and preparing for essentially what is a new beginning. In a way, it's almost like a new year, but I would say it's more akin to a renewal of sorts. And so that is what this town is preparing for. You can see posters for a scavenger hunt. You can see, people preparing for cleansing. I believe that there's some cleansing rituals that take place in terms of washing hands and things like that, that the town will engage in, and you can see all manner of preparations happening. There are food vendors out. The smell of food, people are capitalizing on the fact that travelers are coming in for the festival, and you can see that you aren't the only caravan coming in. This place is filled with people of all walks of life enjoying the festival. Getting ready to enjoy the festival itself. And you can also see signs for the largest events here is the Great Scavenger Hunt, where teams search for hidden items that symbolize a prosperous new beginning, which you are seeing signs for. And as the other thing that you see advertised is for the viewing of the Dance of the Starlight Flowers. And it talks about meeting at the big field to view this event, which is one of the largest events. It's not the largest event. That's not the word I'm looking for. It is I would say, pinnacle event of Marblemoor's Ablution Festival. This is what truly makes this town feel like they have properly heralded the change of the seasons. And so those are the things that you see in the city proper. But you also know that Marblemoor is more than just the city and the field. There is also swampland as you enter it, because Marblemoor was once a much larger city than it was now. But there is swampland on I would say the northeast corner. And to the south, you actually have Hallow, which is like a little bit of a forested area, I would say. It's considered old sacred ground, but no one's really seen any little gods there or felt anything there for a very long time. It's just referred to as the Hallow because that's what it once was. I would even venture to say, and feel free to add on to this if you would like, because it is Wanderhome, so it's not just me telling the narration, that this hallowed ground was another tragedy of the war along with the field at one point. Because again, it was a place of spiritual significance. So what better way to demoralize your opponent than to destroy their places of spiritual significance?
Oof, yeah.
Well, I think that is because this is definitely the biggest settlement that Pat has ever been to. And I think Pat has explicitly been told to stay away from Marblemoor by a community that he left a long time ago, or long for a 14-year-old. And I think that the community might have been on the side of the forces that maybe destroyed that Hallow, I think. And, they were Marblemoor and its people and their Festival of Evolution were probably not considered the correct way of doing things by the group Pat was born into. So Pat is excited as we come into the city, but she's also, she feels the presence of the pan flute on her hip much more than she normally does.
Ooh, okay.
What is Pat's pan flute about?
The pan flute is like, I think it's in the Ragamuffin playbook. It is representative of me being part of a hidden and forgotten community. I think it is the one thing from the community Pat left that they kept with them, because the one thing that brought them joy in that place was music. And it's almost like a reclaiming by taking that pan flute with them. Like, I'm leaving, but I'm taking the music with me because I can make it joyful and not what you wanted it to be, sort of thing. But yeah.
Okay.
Man, pain. Damage.
Emotional damage.
Hey, you think the 14-year-old doesn't have emotional damage? Of course the 14-year-old has emotional damage.
We're before, so.
Hello, I got into My Chemical Romance when I was 14. Of course.
Yeah, same. Woohoo, same. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. It's just not war. Well, it's war related, but very tangentially.
Yes.
To everybody else.
Wow. It feels like we're all really bringing a lot of luggage with us.
I
mean, drive it like you broke it, right? It's the second and final episode.
Drive it like you broke it.
I've never
drive it like you stole
therapy.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm so good at talking.
Oh my god. All right. Well, that is Pat's point of view. I think I also think that Tabitha, as they enter Marblemoor, kind of looks around, because I think that Tabitha was originally from Marblemoor, and she fled with her husband. May he rest in peace. Sometimes I still hear his voice. Stop saying I'm dead.
We have to meet your husband here. We have to.
But anyway, so she fled from this place with her husband. So it's, in a way, it's almost like a homecoming for her. And similar to what Gimble's experienced, where you have this sort of sense of nostalgia, she's quietly noting places that she used to know, and like making mental notes of, this is what this was, now this is what it is, And I think in that, she kind of takes comfort in the array of little gods that she has around her. But specifically, her attention kind of turns to a bird's nest that has been tucked into her sleeve. And she sort of just puts her hand on it, as if she's not like trying to disturb that god specifically, but she's just kind of thinking about something. She's put her crocheting needles aside. She's not holding her crochet work anymore because they've arrived in the city. So it's going to be time to like settle in and, see what's happening soon. But that's kind of where she's at,
A whole bird's nest up her sleeve?
It's not a big bird's nest. It's like a small little guy, like
little
that.
one. Well, just a little one.
Like a little one, like a little
That's
clap.
the point
for
of
a nest.
order.
We don't know how big those sleeves are. They're full of trinkets.
Yes.
That's the point of order, because
I
I'm
pulled an entire
autistic.
shrine out of
Yeah.
there before.
What's the point of order?
crochet requires one single crochet hook, and knitting requires
I
two
apologize.
knitting.
I was thinking knitting and
It's
I was
All
thinking knitting.
good. Sorry, I just was like,
and
let me be autistic for a second.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Very
say crochet, but I was
dramaturg in
like,
the
no, I'm not gonna. But thank you for
No,
saying
thank
that.
you.
This
Thank you
is-
for telling me. Crochet. She's put her crochet hook aside. So anyone who crochets and is mad at me for saying needles, I apologize. You
I'm
can
just trying to
rag
prevent
on me
you
in
from
the
getting
comments.
claimed.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Getting
Get
canceled
Wait.
for calling
Yeah.
crocheting knitting and knitting
This
crocheting.
stuff,
Listen.
because I don't do it
Yeah.
in my real life. I'll stick to embroidery.
many-
Thank you. Damn it.
How many balls of yarn are at Amber's desk? That's
Amber
I like
has
that
it really
colorway.
displayed. So
Yeah, those are very
Thank you.
pretty colors.
yes, they're pretty colors.
Mhm.
See, that's the that's why I can't do those art forms because my
Because you'll
house would
get
just
all
be
the
filled
yeah.
with yarn. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, so she kind of puts her hand on this bird's nest and she's just kind of sitting there as they walk. Like she's walking and like doing this, but not necessarily interacting yet. I think it's just been a long journey for everybody, so we're not all that talkative right now, huh?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think Pat, once they get within the city, goes and like stops and is kind of looking at one of the scavenger hunt signs and has like his head tilted a little bit, looking at it curiously. Hey, Tabitha,
Oh yes, yes.
I don't know who to ask. I guess all of us. Would you guys be interested in doing the scavenger hunt? I think it might be fun.
Why not?
I
love
would love to. It's a time-honored tradition for this festival. I think we should. It'd be very, very fun to have another group adventure and not have to travel so far this time.
I think
Do you-
Tabitha puts her like little paw on your head and says, "As long as it's fun for you, my little sunbeam, I don't mind looking around for some hidden items."
Yeah, what kind of items do they hide?
Tabitha thinks for a minute, like she's trying to remember. I think that they normally hide things like small bits and bobs. Sometimes it's a pretty little yarn doll, the kind you weave together and put little clothes on, or other times it could be like an inexpensive item that maybe you could hold on to.
Like trinkets and stuff.
Yes, little trinkets, nothing very valuable. I think, if I recall correctly, she like thinks really hard. It's the old lady like forcing her memory to work. It's like a slow computer. Needs more RAM.
Pat's pretty enraptured,
Just,
honestly.
Spinning up there, she's just
Yes.
zoned out at this point, trying to remember anything helpful.
Blue screen, the rainbow wheel of death.
I think
pretty
in
much.
classic
She's-
old
she's
lady
trying.
fashion, Tabitha reaches out to Gimble and says, "What was that thing? It's the thing that you find that's supposed to bring you good luck in this evening." It's
I do remember finding horseshoes and cinnamon sticks in the past.
Yes, but there was one thing. There's I forget what it. I can't remember. I really truly can't. There's usually one item that's if that team finds it, then they guarantee themselves good luck. It's believed that it'll give you good luck in the coming year,
Is it?
or in
Is
the
it
coming
like-
rather in the coming new beginning. Really.
Is it like a little plastic baby in the cake?
Oh no! Why would we make no?
I've heard of that.
that
I
sounds
thought
like
that was a
something-
myth. Is
I
that
think
actually
just
something
from
people
this
do?
region, dear.
I mean, I just like trinkets that. I don't know. I
That's-
just like collecting trinkets that remind people of
Do they
luck.
actually put little ceramic babies in like cake and bake it, and then you eat the cake, and then it's like, oh, I got a baby in my mouth, and then you have the baby, and it's good luck? That's like a real thing?
Yeah.
I thought. Oh my gosh. I thought Davi was pulling my leg when they told me that one. Oh, that's cool.
Tabitha looks from Corbett to Pat with like that like the frustrated grandma face. Like, why would you do this? You know what this child is capable of.
I'm sorry. It just, I I didn't learn of the tradition until the war, and having a friend fight alongside me, that they brought it up when we were here too. Just we got talking about all of our various traditions for luck and the things that we did at our homes that made us feel lucky and safe, like somebody was looking out for us, you know? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
It's great. I like learning about luck things.
Yes. Actually, I think you're right. I think that the grand prize is a tiny, the grand prize. The thing you're supposed to find is a baby, but it's fashioned to be a fairy, like a little fairy that glows. It's not anything magical. It's just a little bit of an artificer's work, let's say. But that's what you find, and if you can find it.
I remember that as well. I think you are correct there, Tabitha.
Yes.
Sometimes it was made out of marble itself, but then they found something special that glowed and wouldn't say what it was made of quite to, well, to
I was
the
just going to ask how they made it glow, and they're keeping that a secret? That's so cool.
That's far beyond my talents.
I think Sir Nicola, as soon as the scavenger hunt has been was mentioned, became extremely excited. But did not want to show it because hedgehogs have a very, very highly attuned sense of smell and taste, and so he's got a good snoot on him. As you all know, he's very proud of his snoot. So he's just quietly.
Not the snoot.
He's just quietly nodding, but he's also making notes of everything.
His eyes are shiny, like he's like, "Oh my god!" It's that anime like thing where you have the narration happening in the background of like how amazing the scavenger hunt is going to be.
He's like, "I will win it. I am going to win at this scavenger hunt. Something that is both normal to want and possible to achieve."
Yes.
Just muttering to himself, making notes: horseshoe, cinnamon, baby and cake. Baby
Wait, Sir Nick, you're gonna yes.
Very quietly saying, "Yes, very good, very good."
This is so cool.
I think at the bottom of the sign you say, if you would like to, you see that if you anyone who would like to participate in the scavenger hunt can sign up with the resident teacher at Marblemoor, because there's really only one school for a place that was once so large. Obviously, again, this was another tragedy of the war, where the city has been reduced to literally that in terms of education. Mm-hmm. I believe her name, I gotta find the name of the kid. Give me a minute.
I don't think Pat's ever been to school.
No. Satya. Her name is Satya, and she is a raccoon.
Is Pat unschooled?
Pat was homeschooled.
I was like, homeschool.
And then ran away
Yes.
and learned a lot about the world through people that he met on the road. But Pat has never had a formal education, let's say.
And that makes sense in time of war, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pat is street smart, not intellectually smart.
Yeah. I mean, Pat is intellectually smart, just don't have the knowledge to back it up.
Right.
No. Don't know anything.
Let's make sure by the end of this one shot we get Pat ready for his GED.
Yeah, Pat you need to sign Pat up. You need to enroll Pat in school. Enroll Pat in like 8th or 9th grade, whichever one it is. Oh God, Pat would hate that. This is gonna be so fun.
Yes, hilarious. But no, Pat would hate school. Well, you have been given access to now you get to meet the school teacher here.
Yeah.
And
which I think Pat just starts. Pat's like the teacher at the school.
Let me actually double check. Actually, have you guys have asked questions? Have you guys asked any questions about the festival itself to anyone yet, or has it been among ourselves that we've discussed some of the customs? Pat,
I think it's just been among ourselves.
Yeah, because whoever asked a question about the festival, pretty sure Pat was one of them.
Oh, I got a
you
token.
get tokens. Yes, you get
Yay.
tokens. I have to keep aware of tokens. That's why I was like, I gotta check my notes because I feel like there's things I'm supposed to do, and that's what it was. So you get a token anytime you ask more questions about the customs of the day. You can also spend a token. Again, this is a festival of cleansing, clearing, and letting go. You can spend a token to let go of something that you've been carrying that you no longer need. Yes. Oh, sorry. I also made a mistake. Let's see. The season that I'm referring to is Leap. The month that we're in is Monsoon. Darn you. I mean, I'm correcting where it falls in the year. We're ending
There's
Monsoon.
so many cool words, and they're all very ethereal and lovely, and you mix them up very easily.
Yes. Well, technically, I'm still correct as far as time frame. It's just I referred to monsoon as a season because it is a season in real life. Mm-hmm. But the season is actually leap, and then we're going to bright from leap. The month that we're in is monsoon, which is the last month of leap. It's a lot to remember,
Lore.
Okay?
The lore!
Yeah.
I think Pat's gonna go up to some random person that looks like they are in the town and ask them where the school is. And once they know, they're just gonna bing, take off into the direction of the school.
Okay, great. So
Speedy Boy is back.
And as you does everyone else follow, I guess is my question. Like, do you want to follow Pat, or do you want to take off and explore a bit and let Pat handle the negotiations again?
Yes.
Great. A representative, the child.
Right.
I'll without a parent or guardian.
I'll go after Pat to make sure that they don't hurt themselves or others.
That's probably a good idea.
And Sir Nicola is like, yes, very good. We should see the teacher to sign up if we are all interested. Yes, we're all interested. Everybody? Okay, good. Good, we are in agreement. We are interested. And he's also going to try to follow, but he's moving much slower because he's got Sweet Mitzi with him.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I guess are Tabitha and Gimbal going to follow?
I think so. Gimble's going to need a minute. She's going to help Tabitha off of, I think she's riding, she was trying to ride on June, but June's getting a little bit restless because of all the excitement in the field and the smells. So I'm going to see my bees and make sure they get into the field and that they're happy and calm over there. But I think that Gimbal is definitely going to follow because how dare the children go without her.
Yes, I think that Tabitha, like, as you're helping her, it will also follow. But as you're going, she's like all excitedly talking about Marblemoor, like in a way of like the Ablution Festival specifically. So she keeps saying things like, I can't wait for the ritual retelling of the great story of Ablution. There's so many legends here, especially about the different places in Marblemoor, and so many things to do. Don't forget to wash your hands. That's a thing that you have to do. And this is like, we're walking and talking, but she's like being very like, here is an info dump of stuff that you don't care about, but you're gonna know because I'm a vieja and that's what I do. And she's like saying like, what else? Oh, and she's like, oh, I wonder what role Pat will be given. They are still fairly young and they give all the little ones little special roles, and like talking your ear off as they get to the school.
Gibble's going to sagely nod. She's not super aware of all of the customs, especially since her stays in Marblemoor were not as in the city or as involved with everything. They more participated in like how when you're in a different country during a national holiday that you know nothing about and you're just like, oh cool, yeah, I'm gonna go to the parade, I'll check out the food festival, sounds great. Do I know any of this? Not a clue. No idea why so she's just kind of nodding along, but a little bit zoned out and just taking in the sights of everything. So half paying attention, half very confused.
Half like, what is happening?
Half trying to keep track of where everybody else ran off to.
Yes. But sooner or later, the group actually does make it to the school, and it's a very much not a large place. It's maybe a couple of classrooms at best, with an office in between. Which is not bad for a place that's been ravaged by war, but again, it's 2 rooms and an office. A. And on the office door is a sign that says scavenger hunt signups here.
Oh, cool.
Well, Pat, let's go.
Are we going inside or do we just like write on the thing?
What does the sign say? Pixie.
It just says scavenger hunt here, so like it lets you know that you're in the right location, but there's no.
Oh, it's not like a sign up sheet. Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay.
Let's post it. Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, you're a kid. Of course, you can misunderstand that. Like, we don't just put our name on the paper. What? Yeah.
Pat's gonna be like, okay. It's kind of a weird place for school, and then opens the door and goes inside.
And inside, you find a it looks like a study almost. It's got a lot of textbooks, and Corbett, you would notice this because you're a veteran of the war. You could tell that some of these were salvaged. Some of them look a little burnt. Some of them look a little dirty. Like maybe the person who owns this space put a lot of care and time into retrieving as much knowledge as they could. And trying to kind of restore what Marblemoor had before it was ravaged by this place. And at an oak desk in the middle of it, working on the scavenger hunt list is a very pretty, very put together raccoon. She's in her middling years. Pronoun she, her. She has her hair, kind of swept to the side, and it's the kind of they're very simple. Her hair decorations are very simple. It's really just a couple of pins holding her hair away from her face, and like a tiny little flower adorns one of the pins. And her dress is kind of similar, where it's plain, it's nice, it's got a print, and it's a color. It's not like black, but it's plain. She's not someone who is ostentatious in her presentation.
Pat marches right up to the desk and kind of like steps in, stands really tall and puts the paws on the desk and is like, "Hi,
Pat's feeling very
we'd like to sign up for the scavenger hunt, please."
And I think it's interesting because usually when you do this to people, they would be surprised or off-put. But this is a teacher, and teachers have seen a lot of things because children are
a lot of things.
Yes, they're very, very special creatures who deserve all the love and worship, but boy howdy, some of the stuff that they do. And she just patiently looks up and says, "Well, you're in the right place. And what's your name?"
I'm Pat, and then this is Sir Nick and Tabitha and Gimbal and Corbett.
Oh, wonderful. So you're here with your family then?
Yes.
Anyway, and so she gets a binder, it's a black leather binder. She opens it up, and you can see that there are several other teams that are within the binder. She gets a clean page and a pen, and says, "Okay, well, what is your team name?"
I look at the others.
We didn't really know that would be a requirement.
The Bumblebees.
I'm all right with that.
I mean, I don't mind it.
Yes, I think this is a good name, Bumblebees. Our catchphrase could be like, "Buzz, buzz, here come the bumblebees," And then people would hear us. They go, "Oh, buzz, buzz, who's this? Oh, bumblebees." So I say that is my vote. Yes.
Do we have to have that catchphrase?
I don't know.
For clarification, Cody, love the catchphrase. Okay? For clarification, I, Cody, am over the moon.
Sir Nicola blushes in a way that a hedgehog has the least amount of fur on just the front of their body. So just kind of they go completely pink. You go, "Oh, it is fine. You don't have to have these. We don't have to have catchphrase at all. It is only brainstorm. No big deal." And
Tabitha pats Tabitha reaches out and pats Nicola on the shoulder and says,
I think the catchphrase is lovely, and you should use it whenever you like. But, Pat, if you're not comfortable using it, then you don't have to.
Corbett puts out like a cigarette underneath their boot. Yes, inside the schoolhouse. and just goes, yeah, I think it's a real stinger.
That's the good catchphrase. I want to use that one.
I'm going to give you a
stinger.
token for that one. I want you to give yourself a token.
Yes. Oh my god.
It was great. Yes. So she writes, okay, the bumblebees, buzz, buzz, and or stinger. Got it. Okay, you'll need a couple of things. You'll need a way to track everything. So you'll need a list, and she like goes through her papers because you can see that this desk has like papers on it. It's fairly organized, but it's not. I'm not going to say that she's meticulous. It's more like, here's all the things that I need to do, and I know where everything is, but someone coming in and sitting down probably wouldn't. Does that make sense? That kind of organization.
Yeah, how I organize my things.
Exactly. So she kind of like, you hear her rustling through papers, and then she pulls out one and hands it to you, Kat. You now have a scavenger hunt list. The fun part about this scavenger hunt list is I'm going to let you pick what items we're looking for. So that list is yours to get creative with. But as that's me as the guide saying that. Yeah, she, it is a list. There is about 10 items on there that you're looking for. And as she hands you the list, she says, okay, now there is something that I'd like you to know. Have you ever done the scavenger hunt before?
Mm-mm.
Okay, all right. And she folds her hands up in that way that teachers who are about to teach you something do. And she says, well, just be sure to look for everything thoroughly. And I want you to know that there is nothing that is hidden this year in the swamp. And that's not a joke. I'm not telling you that to throw you off. The swamp is a very dangerous place, and we don't want any scavenger hunts participants going there. Do you understand?
Okay. Why? What is it? Is there monsters in the swamp or something?
Well, she stops for a moment and she says, are you from Marblemoor? I don't remember your faces.
I'm not from Marblemoor.
Oh, okay. Then you really don't know the dangers here. Well, after the war ended and we were rebuilding, I guess it happened a few years ago, there were reports of ghosts in the swamp. Some kind of strange fairy lights were seen by travelers, along with some very frightening noises. And, well, people who would go in there would often leave with things missing. So we don't want anyone going there for everyone's safety. We tend to just stay away from the swamp, and whatever's happening there seems to stay there. Nothing has really happened in the city proper, thankfully.
No one's tried to help the ghosts? Figure out what's going on?
Well, it seems like they're just fine right now.
Well, if they're taking things, then they're not fine. They need something.
Well, if from travelers who've gone there, but no travelers have been there since, and there have been no more reports, so everything's fine.
I think Pat just kind of is not satisfied with that answer, but has talked to adults many a time and knows when a conversation is over, even though they don't want it to be.
This is a teacher who immediately kind of sees you're asking questions that don't have answers, that how teachers think, where it's this is an answer that's for an adult. This is not an answer for a child, so I'm not going to give that to you because you probably won't understand, despite the fact that you probably would. Then she kind of says, don't worry about that. It's just for your own safety. Just stay away from there. Focus on happier things. It is the Festival of Ablution, after all. Have you ever heard the legend of the Flower Maiden?
Nope.
Now that's a legend worth remembering. You've seen the posters about going to visit the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Dance of the Starlight Flowers is about that legend. And she excitedly gets into this story. And she goes into a folklore that is called the Dance of the Flower Goddess. And essentially, she tells you the story of a beautiful flower maiden who came to Earth, or not Earth, Heath, who landed on Heath, who was essentially she describes what sounds like a white crane. Very graceful, very beautiful, and who danced through the big field that you saw when you were entering Marblemoor. And the story goes that she danced so beautifully that the very stars fell from the sky and illuminated the field. And that is the story. And she tells you this, and that is why people go out there, because at the end of every leap, when the flowers bloom, you can see stars among them. And that is the story, the Dance of the Flower Maiden story about the field, because every place has a folklore attached to it, and that is the folklore attached to the field.
Wow, that's really cool. Are the stars and the flowers how they make the things glow for the scavenger hunt?
Again, so this time it's the laugh of like, you need to stop asking questions that I can't give you answers to, kiddo.
Cat will never stop.
Yeah, I know Cat won't stop, but it's very much that like teacher laugh of, I'm not giving you this answer. Oh, now I wouldn't know at all. I'm not the one who creates those things. Generally, we get them. There are artisans who make the items or who gather the items for us, and then we hide them.
Huh. Well, okay. So what happens when we find all the stuff? And also, is it like now? Like, are we hunting for scavenger items like from now until the star, the field flower star thing, or is it like a time thing? And like, where do we go once we have all the items?
Well, the Festival of Ablution is 3 days long, and it starts tomorrow. The scavenger hunt goes through all 3 days. On the end of the third day, before the Dance of the Starlight Flowers, you can bring the list to me, and we'll go through it together. And we'll announce the winner before everyone goes to view the field.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful. And you said you were new here? Are you interested in going to school?
I like look at the 4 adults behind me and like kind of, you guys can very much tell Pat does not want to go to school, at least not here. And so, but politely looks at Satya and is like, I'm not sure, but I will consider it.
I don't know how long we'll be here, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're just passing through. I understand. Well, why don't you take this book? You're a curious one. And the way she says that is kind of like, you asked too many questions. So I'm going to give you something to entertain yourself.
That as a badge of pride.
And she goes through, you see her kind of doing this thing, like the thing that Belle does when she's going through her books in the movie. She's just kind of fingering through book spines, and she finds one and she pops it off the shelf and she hands it to you. And it is a book of myths and legends of the Heathland.
Pat's eyes again dilate like super wide, and like tail starts swishing, and it's like, "Thank you, ma'am. This is awesome. Thank you so much."
Yep.
Okay, we should go find.
But be sure to return it before you leave. It is a precious copy that has myths and legends from before the war.
Wow. Okay, I'll be sure to keep it safe. And
Wonderful.
I'll give it back before we leave.
Of course. So you can add that to your inventory. That might come in handy later.
Adding that to my backpack.
But yes. And so you are now signed up for the scavenger hunt. which is a good time for everybody. Is there anything else that anyone would like to do now that we signed up for the scavenger hunt?
The washing of the hands happens like tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If Tabitha would know this, because Tabitha's from Marblemoor, she says, and she was chatting Gimble's ear off earlier, so now Gimble knows this, just whether or not she wants to. So the Festival of so you would all know this because if you ask her, she'll tell you. Tabitha tells you that the Festival of Ablution is 3 days long. The pinnacle event for just the Ablution Festival itself is actually the scavenger hunt. It's just that Marblemoor has this additional event that happens for them, so that's the pinnacle event here. And so she kind of explains that these kind of are similar in nature, but the spiritual significance of the field is really the crowning glory of Ablution in Marblemoor. And she explains that the ritual washing of the hands happens first, and that young children like Pat are often given special roles. Sometimes they are the ones who are pouring the cleansing water. Sometimes they are the ones that are hanging decorations. For the Dance of the Starlit Flowers, the children are the ones who get to enter. Their role is to enter the field first. So they're the very first ones who get to see the stars essentially come out of the flowers, as it were, or like see that kind of starry display that everyone keeps talking about. Little things like that. And she said, like, before the war, a lot of what those children would do would also leave offerings for the small gods as well. Obviously, that's not the case with like no places of worship really left aside from the field. So the equivalent is to have them be the first ones to see the spectacle. And that would be like, and that's on the third night. The Dance of the Starlit Flowers is on the third night. Ritual cleansing is on the first day. I'm looking at my notes. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
This is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
Day 2 is fun. So day 2 is cleaning and reorganizing. As a symbol of clearing, cleaning, and letting go, most residents will actually thoroughly clean their home, polish their silver, and will actually serve food on like those silver plates to represent a wish for wealth and prosperity in the coming season as well. In your case, the caravan is probably going to do something similar, but it's also because you've been traveling for a while, so it's a great time to do some spring cleaning. But it's up to you whether you guys want to like try to find silver items or things like that to put up. Because typically, like those items are put on like a ceremonial table, if you know, and food is eaten off of it, but it's like a Shabbat dinner almost in that sense, if you're familiar with that celebration. Or like the Nowruz table if you celebrate Nowruz, kind of like that.
Well,
how's the town currently? Like, is it all just kind of
it's festive. It's like it's festive. They are ready for a festival. You've got food vendors, like even though it's the day before this thing begins, think of it as like the day before a convention. Like you got the game room and the vendors room might not be open yet, but you got food. You got the food trucks outside. You got people that are looking to hustle during this festival, and not like I'm saying that not in the way that they're trying to make money, but in the, like, if you're looking for food vendors, if you're looking for people setting up, if you're looking for specific events, they're either set up or in the process of being set up. And there is, if you're looking for your caravan for Calyx and like everybody that you know within the caravan, there is a special area for travelers to set up camp and to kind of essentially park their caravans, and so you can see different circles of them, and you actually can if you're looking for Calyx's caravan specifically, his caravan has a pair of like horns on it, like kind of the horns he has as a water buffalo. that's like on the side of his canvas wagon.
Love it.
And he did that on purpose because it makes him easy to spot in a crowd.
It's great branding. It's very smart.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, he's an you could, having gotten to know him, you can tell he's an experienced caravaner and has actually done this for years following the war. So he's very well traveled. So, yeah. So what would you guys like to do next?
I think the first thing that Pat does is on the way back to wherever we're going to find a place to rest and put our stuff down, Pat goes up to Sir Nicola and kind of is like, and holds out the list of the scavenger hunt. And it's like, I just wanted to say that the buzz is not bad, and I saw you're excited, and if you want to lead, you can. If you want to, here.
Thank you, Pat. It's very considerate of you. I'm cool. It is fine. I'm go with flow. It's like we say, hedgehog always floats up, and that's me. I'm it's cool. I'm cool. And he's very eagerly holding onto the list and looking through the different.
As
thank you very much, Pat.
As you're trying to act cool and be cool, a familiar voice calls out to you, Sir Nick. And let me go through my list because I got to describe this character, and I have to. It's been a while, okay? It's been a while. This has been a couple days between episodes. So you got to bear with me. There it is, and you see a very familiar hot pink festival artisan wearing denim overalls that make her look more pink by default. And who's covered in tattoos. A lady's it's kind of the cigars from back in the day that women would have where it was like a black stick and then it was that's what she's got in her mouth, hanging from one lip. She's holding crafts in the other, a craft that she's working on in the other. She's working. I think it's like a repair. I'll let the player make the choice. And I will leave that to the player playing the kith. Because for people who don't know, in Wanderhome, you have NPCs that are called kith, and different players at the table can play them. So, yeah.
Yes. Sir Nicola, it has been so long since I've last seen you. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
Ambrosia, greetings.
Yeah.
And immediately Sir Nicola turns around, sees that Pat's still looking at him, catches his breath, and tries to straighten up and takes out a cigarette and lights it shakily, and then turns back around and goes, Ambrosia, wow, it is so good running into you.
Ambrosia is currently also crocheting and has the yarn wound around one, literally they have the yarn wound around one hand, the sugar right here, and they're as this is going on, they're just doing crochet. But I'm not going to mime that because that's a lot. So, Nicola, you do not need to pretend that you still smoke around me. I know that you care too much about your lungs and your lung capacity because a hedgehog always floats, right?
Yes, you are correct. I guess I'm maybe trying to look, I don't know, sophisticated, but... I can't compare with your wonderful demeanor and you're so always well put together. I will put this cigarette out. So, how are you? You are so good at multitasking. I always want to say you are knitting and smoking. You're doing so good.
Oh well, I mean, nothing really has changed. But Marblemoor, yes, it's quite a different place than we're used to. It's a lot more humble than a lot of the places that we travel to. You know, it inspires humility.
Yes. And do you feel like you bring, I imagine, a level of gravitas to such a humble place?
It is actually nice to just slow down life a little bit and enjoy the beauty and the gravitas and the simple things.
Oh my God, that is so true. Yes, I really agree. And right away, lights another cigarette. Still trying.
I need you to know, Pat is just standing off to the side, just like eyes darting between these two like a tennis match.
Yeah.
100% Tabitha has gone full Via Chisme mode and is like leaning into Gimbal, like
Oh yeah, we're like
whispering all kinds
tapping
of
each other on the shoulder like co-conspirators, like shush, shush, shush,
Yes,
don't
like,
laugh too loud, let the man
right.
work.
Exactly. We're cracking up talking
Oh my
crap in the corner. Like, I can't believe this, you know?
Corbett leans in to both Tabitha and Gimbal and goes, "I will bet you, where's my anime protagonist voice? Hold on. I think that, you know, I got one gold going on Sir Nicola trying to kiss them first."
Oh, I'll bet you a week's worth of bumblebee rides on that one. You're on.
Okay.
I've
Sounds
got
great.
a pretty rock I can throw in. Just like has this random
Oh.
like fucking prismatic rock.
Sir Nicola takes a few steps closer to Ambrosia. Did you get a new tattoo? They are your ink is so vivid and beautiful. It's been too long. Any new art?
Oh yes, it's quite. I see you traveling with people with Bumblebee. It's so fascinating that, and they roll. I mean, she rolls her sleeve a little bit more up, and there's like on her forearm just a big bumblebee.
Wow.
Yes, I fell in love with them upon moving here and seeing the way that people herd the bumblebees here. It is how you say wholesome.
Yes, it's such a meaningful practice. Bumblebees, they teach us so much about the way of life.
Gimbal is glowing on the side, like, that's right, I'm important. Look at the bumbles.
Sir Nicola does kind of like tentatively look behind him and sees the whole group and and realizes they're all staring at him. Where are my manners? Please meet my group. This is my very special friends. Everybody meet. This is Ambrosia. Ambrosia is a craftsperson, a traveler of the world, a seer of magic. The list goes on. Perhaps, Ambrosia, you could tell them more about all that you have done. It is so impressive.
Oh, these are your special friends. Isn't you are spoken
We travel
for?
together. No, we just travel together.
Oh,
Yes, we're close, like a family, like a very platonic family, friends.
He's a bachelor.
Okay,
wow.
well,
yes,
it
he's
is,
quite single and available.
okay. No need to be so scientific, but well, yes, perhaps I am currently single.
You know, Sir Nick, you might try introducing your new friend to Mitzi, your bee companion. And she like gives Gimbal a nudge, like wink, wink.
Oh yes, of course. So these are my friends, just friends, but very close friends. We care about each other, and kind of like offers everyone to like meet Ambrosia, and yeah.
Yeah.
It is a
Pat-
pleasure
yeah.
to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you, Ambrosia.
What are your names?
I'm Pat.
Hi, Pat.
I'm Tabitha. It's lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Tabitha.
I'm Gimbal. I heard the bumblebees that we have with us, and I've been teaching Sir Nicola here many tricks. He's quite good with them. You might want to spend some time with him and see how good he is with these bees. Mitzi's taken quite a liking to him over the past few days.
Fascinating. I would love to see what kind of bee husbandry you have.
He's very
more
good
than
at
just he got
calming
more than just
them.
bee husband.
Well, Sir Nicholas is a wizard with his hands. I think that's what the bees like most.
And you can tell that Tabitha like is saying this deliberately, like she is very much being nosy old lady right now.
Our minds are going up a little bit.
Corbett, you hear them crowing in the background, like
Amazing. That's gross. Don't talk about my uncle like that. Gross. That's just like.
No, it is. Pat, it is an old word, for taking care of bees. Husbandry. It is. No, don't be weird. This is beautiful.
I'm not being weird. Right. You're being weird.
Okay. Well, these are my good friends, and they were just about to go check out how the festival is setting up. Yes, friends?
Oh, yes. We'll leave you with your new friend. Come along, Pat. You haven't tried sugar apples, have you?
I have not. I want the list back, please.
Okay, here you go.
You're gonna be distracted, and I just walk off.
I'm also good at multitasking.
In classic grandma fashion, like Tabitha goes,
all right, well, don't be out too long then. I'm sure that, we all have things that we need to do. And don't forget to wash your hands tomorrow.
And then she like puts her hands on like Pat's shoulder and like leads her to the food stalls. Like she waits for Gimbal to see if like Gimbal and Corbett like to see if Gimbal and Corbett want to come along as well. I don't know if they want to go in the same direction, so I didn't want to assume.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to be caught in the middle of this. So
they're giggling in the back because they're having their like little pal moment and just being like, we were witness. Can you
witness?
I think Tabitha, like as a one more thing, because she has a cat and cats do this shit all the time, turns back and gives a little wink to Sir Nicola and say, don't do anything I wouldn't do. And like leaves.
Things you never want to hear from Grandma for 500.
That's the kind of grandma Tabitha is.
Oh my god.
Love it. And I assume we can keep Mitzi with us.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Mitzi again will go into the field if you let her go, or if you kind of lead her to there, she will go and join everybody else in gathering pollen. But she is, again, very happy to be having a break and to just be wandering around with somebody rather than doing the harvesting work.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, I know we're almost at break, but just as maybe like a little final tableau before we break, sure. Sir Nicola comes up to Ambrosia and says, well, if you're not very busy, perhaps we can take sweet Mitzi for a walk and talk about everything you've been doing lately. I saw some beautiful tulips on the way into town.
I think that would be lovely. That accent was awful. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think it was great. But yes, and with that little tableau, you see the visual of a group of people going towards the food vendors to get some candy sugar apples, if you will, and a visage of two other people heading to go see the tulips before they bloom. And that is where we are going to take our break. Feel free to refill your drink, grab a snack, and we'll be back in 15 minutes for the conclusion, well, to this episode of Wanderhome. Man, I feel like this game has got to be played in with a longer time frame. It's
This is a big long game. This is a long form game.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, so we'll see you soon. Thanks so much. everyone, and welcome back to the Pocket Dragon Pub, where we are playing Wanderhome. If you are not familiar with Wanderhome, it is a GM-less or GM full game. You can choose which way you want to play it. The system that it runs with is called Belonging Without Belonging. I believe it has another name as well. Cody, do you remember what it is?
It's belonging outside belonging, or no dice, no masters.
No dice, no masters. That's what I was looking for. Yes, and that's why it's a game that can be very versatile. It's much more collaborative. As you can see, we are building a collaborative story together about a group of wanderers who have come into the city of Marblemoor to celebrate the Festival of Ablution, which welcomes the season of Bright at the ending of the season of Leap. Which there is some beautifully colorful lore within Wanderhome. I highly encourage you to check out the game and see if it's for you. And I hope you enjoy what you've seen of it so far. That said, let's get right back into it. So, Nick and Ambrosia have gone off to spend a little bit of time together. Cue jazz music or something. Very white plays. Or the
That's exactly
that one. That plays. But while Nick's doing that, Pat, Tabitha, Gimbal, and Corbett have gone off to get some sugar apples, a tasty confection in which an apple is dipped in melted sugar, and the melted sugar forms a hard shell around the apple. So, yes. And so that is where we find our little group while Nick is off having a little fun with a special friend.
I think Pat is like biting into a sugared apple, but has a very thoughtful expression on their face, yeah, and looks up at the rest of you and is like, why do you think they don't go into why do you think they haven't done anything about the swamp? Like the lights, like the ghosts in the swamp.
Oh, well, I never knew there to be ghost lights in the swamp, actually. It must have been after the war that this happened.
Maybe they've been focused on rebuilding the town first, to make sure everything's safe there in case something is truly amiss in there. They don't want to get caught in those mucky depths.
Or perhaps they lack a proper caretaker like me.
I mean, swamps can also contain many a magical, mysterious, yet dangerous thing. They've probably suffered so much that they can't stand to lose any more to the swamp.
Well, hold on, we can get some real answers here.
And she rifles through her dress and pulls out a very pretty little glass bottle, and then she pops the cork open. It makes a little sound, and it starts dumping it out, and a puff of clouds starts falling out of this bottle, and she says, and she kind of puffs them up, kind of arranges them a little bit and says,
there. I beg your pardon, my little clouds. I have a question for you. I thought perhaps you'd be the best equipped to answer.
They come up and they dwell right around Tabitha's head. They don't stray far from her or the bottle that she's released them from. And they speak, it's very hushed, almost a whispery, drawn-out voice, and it's sometimes an echo since they have multiple cloud faces within themselves.
Okay. And then Tabitha is completely unbothered by this. This is par for the course for her as a caretaker. And she looks at Cody.
And she says, all right, ask your question, my little sunbeam.
What's wrong with the swamp?
Which swamp?
The one around Marblemoor.
And they quietly kind of rumble in and start to kind of spin amongst each other to get the information they're looking for.
There is nothing bad in the swamp, but it needs help.
Did you hear that?
I get a token for that. Because I get to ask. That's the thing I get to ask.
Yeah, okay. Who needs help what needs help in the swamp?
The one who brings the light will know. But we do not see the things on Earth at all times. We see the field, we see the swamp is calm. We see the swamp is now quiet.
And they start to kind of rumble. They're trying to see if they can find anything else in the midst right now.
And I think at that point, Tabitha like pops the bottle back open and says, all right, don't strain yourselves. You heard them, Pack. The swamp needs help. What would you like to do? And she like is like kind of herding them back into the bottle, like, come on.
Back in.
Yeah. And she like puts the cork back on and like puts it in a pocket that you have no idea where this lady has pockets. Like this is shit, just like she pulls shit out of it, and you're like, I don't.
It's Mary Poppins.
It's a TARDIS. I don't know. You know?
All your pockets are like all one TARDIS.
Yes, that's it.
Infinite pocket. One infinite bag of holding is all your
Yes.
pockets.
Like my pockets are actually miniature bags of holding. Ta-da!
Yes. Oh, I love it. I think Pat. I mean, they said the cloud family said that it was the one who brings the light. And I mean, the flower maiden brought the light to the field. But
Wait a moment, don't you have that book?
yeah.
Maybe there's something there that could help.
I think I pull it out, I flip it open, just kind of scan everything. Pat does know how to read. Pat is a very avid reader, in fact. And goes through and I think finds a chapter on the Flower Maiden. And if I think I will, where's the because I just reread the token rules. I was going to spend a token to know something important about the place we're in and tell the table about it.
So you find 3 specific legends about Marblemoor. The first one is the one that, make sure you mark off the token, by the way. The first one is the one that you were told by Satya about the dance of the Flower Maiden. The second is a folklore about the Hallow. And it tells the story of how the Moon King fell in love with the Flower Maiden, and they made the Hallow their home. And in doing so, it became a holy spiritual place filled with divinity, and lots of small gods made their home there at one point. And that there were many shrines there at one point. The other thing that you find is nothing about the swamp. You don't see anything about any kind of fairy lights or strange happenings at the swamp. In fact, it's almost as though what you're being told about at the swamp is fairly recent. Recent enough that it doesn't make it into a book.
I think I've heard of the Moon King, because I think my the place I came from, they the king of the floating mountain was very big, very important, and he was married to the Sun Queen. And I think the Sun Queen and the Moon King they need each other, but they don't like each other, I think.
Oh dear.
I don't know. I was told never to come to Marblemoor, but here now. I wonder. I just wonder. Pat gets lost in thought, I think.
Are you still holding your apple?
Yeah, it's like happy.
Okay. You hear a crunch. next to your ear.
Hey! I look.
The entire apple has been taken, and there's a little weasel about your age running away with it.
Hey! I run after the weasel.
Oh my! What? Gimbal is a thief. It's like
Gimble's been blissfully zoned out again this whole time. Retains nothing, just blue screen.
she baps Gimbal
too.
And then I think Tabitha's also like, Corbett, there's we've got to go after them. Should we get Sir Nick?
Sorry, I was thinking about sugar apples. Yeah, no, I can fly after a weasel. It's not a big deal. And so Corbett does so.
So you fly after the weasel, and you can see like this looks like a child, literally about maybe a little older than Pat, maybe, but you're not sure from the distance. And like it is a weasel though, so in classic weasel fashion, the moment they recognize that your shadow is hovering above them, they dive into a hole. And
Pat
burrow.
like slides and like boink goes to the hole and it goes Pat gets up.
I'm so sorry. That really sucks.
Tabitha's like hobbling over with her walking stick, like
You know, I would have given you the rest if you'd asked for it. I shot down the hole.
There's no response.
Gimbal stands above it with her crook and goes, "That's not very nice," and starts just like knocking on it like she's waiting for someone to come back and answer.
And once again, nothing. There is no response, but this little weasel has made off with your sugar apple. And Tabitha just kind of goes, "Oh, don't worry, we'll buy you another one. There's more."
That's okay. I had enough. It was really good. I think you don't have to get another one.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, we'd be more than happy to make sure that, I mean, you're a kid. You deserve a treat, too.
Mm-hmm.
I got half a treat. That's fine.
There will
Don't
be
you want a
more
whole treat,
treats
kid?
throughout the festival, though, so just remember when you want an extra treat once we start seeing more things open up and more vendors using their wares and their skills, you will have treats abound.
All right.
I think I would like to... Hold on.
Okay.
I would like to... Okay, something I can always do is be somewhere I'm not supposed to be. So even though the older and the wiser members of the party are like, oh, no, it's okay. You can get a treat anytime. Corbett is going to be like, no, you don't steal food directly from Pat's mouth. Absolutely not. So I think Corbett is going to stalk after the weasel and just kind of give in to temptation a little bit and becoming a little bit of like the weird like activist they used to be, and follow the weasel and just be like, hey kid, you're gonna give me back. And they're just gonna appear out of the shadows like, hey kid.
Okay. So pretty much like the way this plays out is they're underground. And so I guess you as a bird of prey are like kind of flying over to see where they sort of pop up. And you can see them pop up at the edge of the swamp and like dart in. And and as you pop out of the shadows to like be like, hey kid, they squeak and yell, help! And you're immediately assaulted by a bunch of lights, like a bunch of like these weird lights that like seem to like materialize out of the darkness of the swamp, and strange noises as well.
No.
Are the rest of us Are the rest of us there, or is it just you?
Corbett has chosen to fly after
Gotcha.
the weasel, and that's why Corbett is having this little encounter. But in while you're distracted by all of this, the weasel doesn't disappear, but they're gone. They're taking advantage of the fact that you're no, and you can't find them after that.
You can't weasel your way out of this one, kid.
Yeah, that's what the trees actually also laugh at you. That Artem was great for sound effects. I'm going to use that. That's what the trees say. But there is no sound. The weasel is well and truly hidden from you.
Listen, trees, and also child, I don't need anything wild. I just need the sugar apple back. That's all. It's not very nice to take from other people, and I'm just righting the wrong here.
Okay. And you hear what sounds like whispering, and grumbling, and then finally you get hit in the face by a half-eaten sugar apple. It gets thrown at you.
Bombs just snooped.
Oh no!
I catch it in my beak, just ha.
It gets stuck on your beak like the apple.
It gets impaled like a skewer. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Corbett says, "Kid, I think you're better than this. You don't have to take directly from people's hands, but I could show you how to take while people aren't looking later." And then Corbett just turns around and goes back to deliver the sugar apple.
The shaking and the chattering of the branches stops, and the lights seem to fade away. So, that was your encounter in the swamp.
Why does my apple have a big hole in it?
Mysteries of life, kid. Sometimes things have holes in them.
I'm sure Nicholas is finding that out too.
Okay, let's no.
And then she just lets out that old lady laugh,
I said something I shouldn't.
Thank you for the what's left of it, Corbett. I really appreciate it.
I'll buy you a whole one later, but this way you get at least half.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, so you found them?
Yeah, in the swamp.
What? Did you go in the swamp where they said not to go?
I didn't go in per se. It was kind of like towing the line. There's nebulous boundaries between what's in the swamp, what's out the swamp.
You're on the other side of the line. I'm in, I'm out. I'm in, I'm out.
Yeah, there aren't set borders. Borders are fake. They're meant to so divide. But
are you okay, Corbett?
No, we're not.
Did anything bad happen to you in the swamp?
No. Well, the kid did disappear into the trees, and the trees started glowing with the bright lights. And they laughed at me.
There was mention of the light from those little pocket gods you have there, Tabitha.
It's true, they did mention the Keeper of the Light.
Does anyone want to go to the Hallow with me?
Oh, I would like that very much, actually.
I should like to check on my bumblebees to see how they're doing. They're all over the place.
We should also check on Sir Nicholas and see how he's doing as well.
Maybe later tonight we could go to the Hallow. I just think I have an idea I want to try.
Sure. Why don't we go after dinner? Wonderful.
And what was I going to say? Oh, my brain went. So what would you guys like to do after this? Do we want to keep looking around the town, or do we want to go pick up Sir Nicholas, who's been hanging out with his not girlfriend, or
I think we should probably head his way because I have a feeling we're going to check out the hollow before we make for camp or whatever we do for camp.
Yeah. Like, well, maybe we have dinner with Sir Nick and Ambrosia, and then after that, we set up camp and then we head into the hollow.
Well, I do know that you're with Calix's caravan, and part of what the things that Calix does that makes him such a good caravaner is he provides meals for everyone. So like everyone kind of pools money together, and then he provides like meals based on like what he can find. So you'd have to probably like that's why you all would camp together there.
Gotcha.
You know, and you'd only leave the caravan unless you're like, if you're going in a different direction or you're like, hey, I want to join this other caravan kind of a situation. I will say this though, if we're going to go catch up with Sir Nick, and let me know if you're comfortable with this, Sir Nick, you were alone for a bit, and then Ambrosia got the bright idea to introduce you to her traveling party. And that's what this group comes upon. What do you think? Is that something that you... Okay.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah. Are you into that, Amber?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Great. So you're introducing the traveling party, and this specifically is for Amber. As Corbett walks up, they recognize someone in the group that's talking with Sir Nick, because I think many of them have heard of you, Sir Nick, and they're asking you for like stories of the war and like your perspective, and you're having this engaging conversation. And this particular person is very intellectual. You can see that they're a very lovely fennec fox, dressed very comfortably with a shawl flowing over her shoulders. Beautiful dress that reaches to her feet. Similar to what Tabitha wears, except what Tabitha wears is dated. It's very much like this. You can tell the difference between someone who takes time and care and effort in putting their clothes on, and then the other person who is like, I'm putting these on and they're cute, but I do not care what I have on my body. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's that difference. And so that would be your introduction to and as soon as she sees you, Corbett, she blinks a couple of times. She's holding a book to her chest, and she kind of like pulls back, and let's introduce why don't we have the player playing Skelly decide what she says.
Corbett, is that you? I apologize. Is it really you?
Skelly, what are you doing here?
I've been traveling since the end of the war. I'm trying to make the best documents that I can for the library. My word, it's wonderful to see you. And you look like you're doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's a pleasure to see you too. My love.
What are you doing here? Are you traveling alone again?
No, actually, you'd be really surprised. Actually, this is my traveling crew.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. This is my and they smile as much as they can smile with a beak, thinking of what Sir Nicola said. But this is my little family. This is Sir Nicola. This is Pat. This is Gimbal, and this is Tabitha. We've been traveling together for a couple years now.
And Skelly kind of gives them all a very courteous nod. She's very formal. And she can't take her eyes off of Corbett because she wasn't sure if she made it through the end of the war. They had lost contact with kind of separating and just the way that things kind of boiled down for, how war goes.
I think in classic old lady fashion, Tabitha puts her hands on Pat's shoulders as if knowing what Pat's gonna ask, and says, "So, what did you say your name was?"
Oh, I do apologize. My name is Skelly, and
yes,
I am a librarian. Lovely to meet you, Tabitha.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. Skelly, are you a special friend for Corbett, too?
No.
We were just very good friends in times past, and it's just quite the sight for sore eyes, I must say.
Yeah, I can definitely say the same. You look great.
Oh, thank you, Corvette.
Tabitha completely oh yeah, okay, you're those kinds of friends.
I
that's 100%.
I give Tabitha, I look up and give Tabitha a very meaningful glance.
They meet eyes are sure. They just that's it. They're just friends. Just friends.
Corbett 100% knows that y'all are kikiing and turns around and just is like, "Hey, you guys, time and place.
You want some alone time?
It's kind of impossible to do that when we're already surrounded by somebody else's found friend."
Gimbal is like, I'm going to go check on Sir Nikolai and see how my bees are doing, and has her graceful exit. She sees the writing on the wall. She reads the room. She's gonna go move on since things seem much calmer between Nikolai and Ambrosia right now than this right now.
And I think that at that point also, Pat, you're distracted because someone else has run up to you and is tugging on your sleeve. And when you turn, it is another familiar face for you. Someone your age. Let me see if I can find it. There they are. Your age. They look like a teenage bobcat. They have a white shirt with suspenders and brown pants, and they also have a pair of stomping boots, just like yours. And I'll leave it to the player to decide what they say.
Oh, exotic Pat, what's up, Pat? And Dobby goes in for both hands high five.
Yeah, high five, and then I think Pat just high five, lifts the hands up, high five as an automatic, and then just stares and then just hugs. Huge hug. Oh my god! Hi, Dobby!
Hi, Pat, what's up?
Hi, I'm good. How are you? It's been so long.
I am doing so great. I'm so excited about the festival.
Yeah. Are you traveling with the do you know Skelly and Ambrosia? I guess Ambrosia lives here. Are you traveling too? I haven't seen you forever.
Oh, I'm just skirting around. I'm just feeling it out, checking out the vibes. But Skelly's pretty cool. Ambrosia's cool, but intense, but cool. She's cool.
Yeah. Have you seen the new person hanging out with her? The guy?
Yeah, he's a lot.
Yeah, he's part of the squad that I'm traveling around with. Yeah, whoa. Right?
Pat, you've got a squad?
Kind. It's all old people.
Yeah, it's old people get so lonely. You know what I mean? They're always trying to hang out. It's
yeah,
right.
I think I bring some much needed energy to the group. Maybe. Yeah. They're also. It's not like they slow me down, but I leave them in the dust a lot, and I don't mean to. But
what is up with slow people taking their time? It's come on,
yeah.
You're old, just pick it up,
Tabitha just puts both hands on her hips and says, "Now I see why you two are friends."
What? Oh, hi, I'm Davi.
Took you long enough.
She's like she judges you the way cats judge you silently, because you didn't say hello immediately. My mom does that. So.
But Davi like matches that and kind of like looks down like very sheepishly and like looks up like, oh sorry, hi, I didn't mean to ignore you.
Tabitha, this is my friend Davi. Davi is one of my first friends. Yeah.
Yeah, first best, and I like put my hand around Pat.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, do you want to take some time to go play?
Tabitha is an old lady. She does not know what children do. So she's like, she assumes that like you guys are 5 and like she just can send you to go play or something, you know. But
play,
yeah.
like I give Davi a look, and I'm like, yeah, sure, we can go play.
Yeah, let's go play, Pat.
Yeah. Here, come with me. I take your hand and I think I pull you into the like the city, but I think
as you walk away, all you hear is Tabitha go, "The youth these days," and like goes like to follow Gimbal to go sit wherever Gimbal is, and like continue kikiing at Corbett and Nick. So
there's a lot of seeds. Which one do we want to start with?
Ooh.
I think that's a good question, because I know our little old ladies are enjoying their little old lady time, so we're gonna leave them alone. But yeah, what who would like? Because we have Nick and Ambrosia, we have Pat and Davi, and we have Corbett and Skelly. So who would like to go first? Does anyone have any like preference?
Amber, since you're juggling 2 people the most in this scene at the moment, or I guess you and Artem, I feel like you guys should decide who you
want to engage with first. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense.
Should we do Ambrosia and Nick, since it's the one that's kind of been like on hold the longest?
Yeah, we can do that. I think that sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
And right now you've got Gimbal and Tabitha that are making their way towards them because they want to excuse the other possible lovers, not young lovers, and who knows, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, why don't we? So I think as we were walking and we got to the field of tulips, something that Sir Nick, as a veteran, can do is spend time practicing a craft they're not that good at. And I think what they've been doing is casually picking up tulips and trying to weave them together. They're sort of making a wreath, but they're crafting something. They're trying to look casual about it. And eventually, maybe it takes the shape of perhaps like a head adornment, like a crown, perhaps, and just very, very casually, as if like this was what he was trying to do the entire time. He goes, "Oh, this is sounds funny. I didn't even notice. I just made this. I think this look good on you. Do you want to try it on, Ambrosia?" And hands you the crown.
Oh yes, you made this just absently?
Yeah, just I craft, I tinker. It's just I do things. It's like no big deal.
That's actually really impressive. I remember when you did not do so well creating flower crowns, and they fell apart, and then just got the flowers all everywhere, and then just
Yes. I know. I used to be all snoot, no paws, but I've been working on it. The paws are a little bit more crafty these days, but the snoot is still good. I can really.
yes.
So, and Sir Nick is like, I think, still with like the bumblebee. Notices like that the bumblebee has tied to it the parcel that's meant for Corbett. And that just like reminds him, and it brings up this like thought. How have you been traveling with this group? How did you find them?
She kind of like puts her hand behind her head and scratches some of her quills in deep contemplation. Well, it's funny you should ask. I mean, I came across what's her name, Skelly, at some point. She had been on doing research on lost crafts and lost folk arts
Yes.
and we just, of course, she found me and she found me and we became fast friends. She's quite wonderful, very knowledgeable, very put together,
Yes.
one might say.
And it's so good that she's doing this. So much knowledge was lost during wars. It's very noble.
Yes. I'm very proud to be part of her traveling party.
I am not surprised. You attract very good people. You are very good people.
Oh, well, so are you. Your traveling party seems nice, comfortable.
Yes, they have accepted me, and that has been very powerful for me. Ambrosia, I don't know if it has been for you is difficult, but I have not been able to accept me, and it is strange coming to a place like this because it reminds me so many places I've come to left, and another place come to and left, and places are shambles. It is. I feel like I have been losing my identity because I don't really recognize the places I am coming to, and it starts to make me feel like I don't recognize who I am or who I should be in these places. I feel like this is I did not realize what everything I was losing since war and during war. It's not just people. I really don't know. How do you struggle with this?
Well, Nicola, we are getting up in age. I hate to say it, we cannot be spring chicken forever.
That's true. We are not little hedge piglets. We are bullhogs.
But whether or not we are able to retain memory does not mean memory does not live within us.
Yes. I hope you're right.
I have been losing some of my memories too. I hate to say it. It's been a long time.
If you could choose what you wish to be now, what is it that you want to be now?
Is it cop-out to say safe? Comfortable?
No, this is not cop out. I think this is cop in. These is good things. I don't. My new family. They make me happy. It is something I think I want to be. I want to be happy, and you make me very happy too, Ambrosia.
How can you say that? It's been so long since we've seen each other.
I know. It is always. I maybe don't remember many things, and I wish I could forget some things. But every time I see you, it is both like an old memory and a new memory at the same time, and it is always a happy one.
I'm glad that the memories you do have are still of us. Of when that safety was between us.
Sir Nicola is going to just very slowly and politely take your hand.
Aww.
Oh, they were holding hands. Oh,
Little baby hold hand.
Oh yes, it's little baby hold hands. That is what we call it.
I'm sorry. I was thinking, what the fuck would Nadia say from What We Do in the Shadows?
That's perfect. Yeah.
100% great. Okay. I think that's actually a really, really sweet way to put a button on that scene and shift our angle over to, I think we have to flip it now, don't we? To Corbett and Skelly? Or no, not flip it. That's not, my bad. But yes, we can, refresh my memory. Nick and Ambrosia, Corbett and Skelly, and then Pat and Dobby. That's what I was thinking of when I said flip it. Okay, so yes, let's go to Corbett and Skelly, our other couple, not couple, and then we'll see. We'll take it from there. Let's see what's up.
It seems like Corbett and Skelly have kind of been left standing alone, whether they wanted to be left alone or not.
Yeah, it's that very like teenage moment at like the punch bowl at the prom.
Everyone's like, cool, I'm gonna go dance to the song, and you're like, I don't want to dance, and you look around hoping that any of your friends did, and it's like, oh no. Hey,
and Timber by Flo Rida is playing.
Oh yeah.
Yes, amazing.
Why you gotta do this? I'm getting flashbacks.
We're going down. Never mind. I can't sing so much because Twitch applies.
Yeah,
We're yelling.
No copyright.
Evolution.
Oh my god.
It's going down. We're washing our hands.
You better scrub. You better rinse.
Oh my god, amazing. It's a whole different sound.
After there's candy apples.
Parodies are legal, are absolutely fine.
I approve of this message. This is amazing. That's best evolution song ever. Sadly, though, I think one of the things they don't do is sing songs of freedom and hope. So I'm like, oh.
Flo Rida's band.
Dang, sorry, Flo Rida.
Ellie is a little bit nervous. She's never been quite sure what to make of Corbett. She just can't read them very well at all times. For as bookish and scholastically intelligent as they are, sometimes the reading of people doesn't translate for her to that as well. So she's kind of fidgeting with her robes a bit, making sure she looks as nice as she used to look pre-war and as put together as she can be for traveling with a caravan. So, Corbett, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm really, really glad to see you still traveling and doing so well, and with such a lovely group.
Yeah, I could say the same. It's funny that Ambrosia in your group apparently is like exes or flirt friends or something with Sir Nicola.
Oh, the gentlemen she brought with her, they look very smitten, I will say.
Yeah, smitten as a kitten. Sorry. Have you just been doing library work since the war?
Yes, I've been trying my best to make something of all of this mess, and just trying to make sure that future generations will know and remember the loss for everyone that we all faced, and to be able to really make sure that history doesn't repeat itself because we have it written and they can learn, or at least if they fall into the same conundrum again between factions, that they can at least know what not to do to hurt those around them.
That's really noble of you.
It's an exciting life's work, I will say. It is tedious, and I don't get a whole lot of free time, but my, the places I have seen, Corbett.
Can you tell me about them?
Oh, well.
Places?
I don't want to talk your ear off too much. Well, let's trade stories. Where have you been the past few months during all this rain season?
Oh, it's so funny. We actually were, we weren't that far away from here. Actually, we were in Katapa not too long ago, for the night market.
Oh, we missed Katapa, but I am very envious of you.
What? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a fabulous, moment just to get to see, just get to see everything and the hustle and bustle of the life there. And there was a small god that was living beneath the bridge that had been forgotten, and that saw a little bit of a resurrection, and it was yeah.
What a wonder! I would love to have more about that for the book. Just so, and you said they were forgotten. We can't have that happen again. Would you mind taking some time to tell me more about this small god, and maybe we can catch up a bit along the way?
No, absolutely. I would love to spend time with you and go over this thing with the small god. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, maybe over sugar apples.
I would really love that. I've not had time for much of a meal break today, and that's a very good idea, Corvette. Thank you.
Yeah, my treat.
Oh, why, thank you.
Also, a nice. Oh, would you like to finish that thought?
Oh, no. I was just going to flirt a little more.
Okay, yeah. I was like, this is also a really nice button for that scene. I was thinking in my head, sha-la-la-la, my oh my, kiss the girl. Whoa. Yes. But anyway, so yes, you guys are going to discuss this over some candy apples, and that will take us to the last scene, which is Davi and Pat playing, because Tabitha is a vieja.
Pat's grabbing. Pat has Davi's hand in theirs, and is just kind of running through the city, but headed towards I think we are headed through the city towards the Hallow, but we stop sort of like at the edge of the city, not quite in the Hallow yet, in like a quiet spot. Mm-hmm. And the whole time Pat's like, yeah, so by the way, that trick you taught me about how to make fires, I've been using it and it's been great. I've like made a fire, and Sir Nick was like actually really impressed, which was awesome. And then like yeah, right? The guy's impossible to impress. And then like, I friggin', I found, we went to Katapa a week ago. We were in Katapa, and like, yeah.
What is it like?
It's so cool. You know, they have that big bridge.
Yeah.
And the big bridge with, the big bridge with the guy, and there was a little forgotten god under there. And
you met a forgotten god?
I've been meeting a lot. Actually, Tabitha, she keeps them. She like has, right? She's a caretaker.
That is so crazy. That's amazing. Right?
Yeah. And it's cool because it's like, it feels like real in a sense. Like it feels so, like I feel connected whenever I like, and I talk to them a lot. Like I talked to the little guy under the bridge. His name's Benji, and we figured out how to make him not forgotten, and also it stopped the rain, which is crazy. It's like magic is real, and I know magic is real. Everyone's like, oh, magic is real. Magic is real, and it's crazy.
Yeah. Whoa, Pat, this is so amazing. You've done so much.
Yeah, what have you been up to?
I mean, doing a lot of scampering. Let me just say that.
Of course.
I've been
Of
ready to
course.
skipper up a storm. Well, I've been hanging out here for a little bit, and met up with Skelly, and I forget how I met Skelly, but she's got some really great stories. So much stuff that she's finding about, like all of Heath, and like things from like way back. Old stuff sometimes is kind of cool.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So it was really cool. So I've been kind of exploring Marblemoor and just like finding things that Skelly told me about. And it's wild. Like, did you know about there's like ghosts out here?
Yeah, there's ghosts in the swamp, I heard.
Yeah. I have been really curious about the ghosts, to be honest.
Yeah,
So,
me too.
I've been
Like,
trying to learn about them, but like nobody wants
Nobody
to,
wants to talk about them.
wants to talk about it. I'm like, something's up with these ghosts, you know?
Right? Like the
They
first
don't
thing.
just happen, right?
No, they don't. The first thing, I was like, why haven't you gone to fix the ghost problem or talk to the ghost or do something with the ghost? And they were like, we don't do that. And I'm like, that's not a solution. That's, it's just, sometimes adults are so annoying because sometimes they treat you like you can't do anything.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like,
yes.
just because I'm like, you're small, yeah, so you can't do some stuff. That doesn't mean you can't handle the truth. And it's just so frustrating.
Pat, like, you get it. Like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh, I miss you so much.
Too.
I miss you so much. You like, and gives you another high five.
Yeah, high five. Gosh, I haven't talked to someone my age in like so long. I actually was talking to Minos, and Minos is like a little younger than me, but like was a kid, so it was so nice. Cause like I just don't get to talk to other but the adult side that I like, Tabitha and Sir Nick and Gimbal and Corbett, they don't like, I like them because they don't treat me like they treat me like a kid, but they don't treat me like a kid.
Yeah.
Like, they treat me like a kid when it's good, if that makes any sense. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Hanging out with old people, I'm always like, ugh, what are they gonna tell me I have to do now? Like, oh, I need to be like this, and this is the way to do that. And it's like, I mean, what if there's a different way? Like, can I try it like this? It's like they're just always telling you kind of what to do, like, not in a bad way, but also in a way of just being like, well, if I do it like that, that'll just be like I'm doing it like you would do it. So like, but like, that's maybe not my way. Like, I want to figure things out myself. Yeah. Totally.
I mean, yeah, it's real nice. It's so different. With like the group, and it's just great. And I really miss you. I really miss you.
Hey, by the way, the hat looks super cool on you.
Thanks. I wear it backwards because I am cool.
Pat, Patical Radical Pat.
That's me. Oh gosh.
So, like, what do you think, Pat? Like, I think we should go look at some ghosts, but like,
I mean,
if I
it's
may, as this scene is happening, you're starting to talk about the plan and going to see the ghosts. Pat, you see Davi's animated, wonderful face kind of fade and become another of a man with one white eye. And that face seems to, it's kind of, think of you kind of are pulled backwards within yourself, like the world around you kind of zooms by you, and you're standing in the middle of the swamp, not physically, like you can see it around you, but you can't move. It's kind of like where you have sleep paralysis and you can see what's happening, and you're aware of what's happening, but you can't see what's happening. And you hear voices, the briefest snippets of, what are we supposed to do? They almost got us that time. Stupid bird, we need to set more traps. 3 different voices, all trying to figure out what to do. And they all sound about your age. And then you snap back, and Davi, you can continue what you're saying.
Yeah, so, Pat, hello, hey. You're not afraid of ghosts, are you? I mean, they're just, like...
What? No,
I mean, I don't know. They might be scary. I don't know, but like.
I mean, they're probably
scared.
a little. Everything's a little scary the first time you see it. We should go to the swamp. Let's go to the swamp. Like now. Let's go now.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yes.
Cool.
I'm like, come on, and I grab your hand again and like half pull you towards the swamp.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a little bit of panic, I think, but it's like not fear panic. It's like I'm gonna miss my shot panic.
Okay, and you are not telling anyone that you're going on this little journey, right?
I don't know if Pat would think to, because like I know it's like, maybe you guys see, maybe some of you see it happen. Like, maybe.
Where did you guys go? How far away did you guys go? Like, are you guys still in the field, or did you like keep wandering into Marblemoor, like outside of?
I'm gonna say that we stopped within, like, to have our little jam.
Mm-hmm.
We stopped within eyesight, and then like we were in the city, but you guys could like look over and see our shapes in like the shadow of one of the buildings, and then we run off towards the swamp, and it's like getting dark, right?
Yeah, it's starting to get dark.
Who in the party would be closest to for kind of where we've all divvied up? Because we've got Corbett and Skelly at wherever the candy apple stand is, or in that area.
Yes.
Gimble's socializing with the other caravan, and I'm assuming Tabitha's with her since we're kind of sitting around and people watching and having old ladies fatter time.
Exactly. They're kikiing in the corner about these love interests and whatever. And I think where's Sir Nick and Ambrosia? Are they still in the field?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it feels like, if I may. I mean, Ember, you let me know how this feels for Ambrosia. It feels like they're at a like a point in a conversation where like it's turning somewhere, and so I'm like I think I'm thinking like Sir Nick probably either is gonna go join back up with the group because maybe this is their little date is over, or and so I kind of wanted to do like a little quick scene and just offer something.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. So they're holding hands. Little baby hands. Little baby hands. And Sir Nick goes, Ambrosia, I'm so delighted to spend time with you. I want to go reconnect with my traveling family just to make sure they have everything they need. And we are going to be here for the festival. And then after festival, I think we are planning to move on. Are you going to be staying after the festival, or are you also moving on?
That's a fabulous question. I've been traveling with this group for so long that it only feels natural that I should move on with them, but
yes,
I don't know. I felt called to Marblemoor.
Yes, I know what you mean. When I come to this town, I felt like, there's so much to do for this place. I could spend some time here, and if you felt you wanted to spend time here and you thought maybe you wanted some company, perhaps I could rejoin with my group later after the festival and spend some time here in Marblemoor, so that you are not lonely. If you wish to stay here, I could stay here for a little bit.
Oh, I could not do that to your sweet family. You are a crucial part of their tapestry. I wouldn't ask you to do that.
No, I'm offering simply because I think I can do some good for this town, but I could do some good for many places, I think. But if you are in this place, perhaps we could do some good together. But it is just a suggestion and an offer.
I would like that, truly. But shall I have the time of may I have the time of the festival to think about it? I didn't even know that you were alive, let alone, there was any chance of meeting you again, and I don't want you to change your life for me.
Let us both take the festival to spend time with our families and think about this. I really appreciate you considering it.
Yes, I would love to spend time with you, truly. I'm so relieved to know that you are still among the living and the breathing.
It is such a relief and joy to see you.
As she puts her little hot pink paw on your face and just like pat.
And Nicola blushes immensely.
Oh.
I must get back to my caravan, and we must prepare for tomorrow's festival.
Of course, yes. I will see you later, Ambrosia.
Sir Nicola.
Yes. And with that, Sir Nicola does like a curved bow and lets go of her tiny, sweet little hand and goes to rejoin with the group.
Oh, wow. Adorable.
So cute.
Cute little hedgehogs, eh?
Hedgehogs are great. Anyway, so you rejoin Gimbal and Tabitha. And Corbett, you are getting candy apples right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Corbett's not present. Corbett's having a moment. Corbett's turn. But no, there is no sign of Pat anymore.
Well, Sir Nicola, you've decided to rejoin your family. Are we worth hanging out with, or are you going to run back off with your little girlfriend over there?
Oh, Gimbal, don't be so salty. You know how young love is.
Oh, I can't help but make fun of them. They're so cute. Have to
Sir
tease them a
Nicola
little bit, keeps them on their toes.
Sir Nicola is just blushing so much because he actually really is so it's just having a great day silently.
Don't worry,
Okay.
Don't worry, Sir Nicola. There'll be plenty of time for you to spend time with your lady friend during the festival.
Oh, thank you, Tabitha. Yes, of course. I am very fond of
Forget to wash your hands.
Yes, hygiene very important. I agree.
Especially tomorrow, because tomorrow is the ceremonial washing of the hands.
Yes.
Yes, Tabitha, you've told us, and we shall wash them, and we will make sure to do it right. Thank you.
Yes, I'll just repeat myself eventually. Into oblivion.
You might need it for poor Pat's sake. They're so excited to have their friend around that it might be a little hard for them to focus, you know.
Well, that's true. Where did Pat go off to?
Yes, where is our little baby red panda?
Well, I can't see them. Do you think I should send one of my bees to go take a look? They might be faster than we are in tracking them down with this much space.
That's true, but we all know our Pat. They're bound to get into something they shouldn't have.
She hops off whatever they're sitting on, because these ladies found a place to sit.
Oh,
and
yeah.
She hops off, but in that that old lady way. So it's ugh, ow, my back, crick. Uses staff to balance self, and says,
All right, well, let's use the bees and wander off and see if we can find our little sunbeam.
Gimbal lets off a little whistle,
Oh.
and Fuzz, the cutest bumble of my herd, comes bumbling over.
Now you know who we're looking for. I've sent you after them many times over the past few weeks. Go find them, and if you can't get back to us fast enough, you tell one of the other bees nearby to get to us ASAP. New lingo that Pat's taught me. That means soon, Fuzz. Now go.
yes. And just as Buzz takes off, you see Calyx running towards you. And Calyx, it looks very alarmed. Like he's huffing and puffing with the look of someone who is in a panic. And he says, "I'm so sorry to bother you. Have you seen my son anywhere? I can't find Minos."
Oh. We've not seen Minos. We haven't really been looking, though, I must say. I do apologize. We're looking for our little pet right now as well, perhaps. Do you think they might be together?
I have no idea. The last time I saw Minos was he runs his hands through his hair with the look of someone who's just having like a fatherly meltdown in a way. I was getting things ready for dinner, and my wife is resting. She's very close to her due date, and I don't want her worrying about Minos. And Minos was supposed to help me. He was peeling the potatoes, and the next thing I know, he was gone. The peeler was there. Some of the potatoes were peeled, but it's like I don't know if he got bored or if something distracted him or what.
Perhaps we should go find Corbett and break up her little date and see what we can do to help here. We should also be looking as well as a group, I think, would be best.
And Minos, perhaps I can sniff where, Calyx, perhaps I can sniff where Minos was peeling potatoes. I have really good snoot and I could help sniff out.
I don't want to ruin your good time. I'm sorry. But if you're willing to help, I can take you to the potatoes.
We're happy to help you.
Yes.
You've done so much for us.
And it will make us all have a happier time to know that you, Calyx, are calm and that Minos is safe.
Thank you again. And he turns around and starts guiding you back to where the caravan has been camped. So, yeah, we're gonna put a button on that. We're gonna come back to it, and we're gonna zip over to Tat and Davi, who are rushing towards the swamp.
Yeah. I think
wow, it's so big. This swamp.
Yeah, it's a lot scary. It looks a lot scarier as the sun's going down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's getting dark, and you can tell that this place is gonna get pitch black once the sun goes down.
And like Davi's like trying not to look like they're freaked out, but Davi's like, yeah, like whatever. It's like not that scary. It's like I've seen scarier swamps for sure.
Yeah. And here, and I hold out my hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Grab it. I think there's kids in here, and I think there's ghosts in here, and I don't know how they're related. And I think there might be someone important in here too.
Whoa, Pat, you're like so smart.
I'm not. Thanks. It's just. It's easy to be smart when the world kind of just throws important stuff in front of your face and says, "Look at it," and it happens to be important. It's not like a smart thing; it's a lucky thing. But listen, just hold on to my hand, and we'll get through. And we're gonna find these kids. We're gonna figure out the ghosts, and it'll be fine.
It will be fun. We're gonna have fun. This is gonna be great. Yeah.
It'll also be fun. We'll make it fun. We can't not make something fun.
We're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, it'll be great.
We're not gonna be scared. We're not gonna be scared.
As you start walking hand in hand, like not being scared in this swamp that's growing ever darker, you hear hoo 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 of an owl, and that hoo hoo slowly becomes, "You are not welcome here," but it's like in that like haunted house voice that's really cheesy and shitty, but like it's meant to be like, if you weren't paying attention and you were caught off guard, like yes, it would be scary and weird, but if you've pranked someone before, or this is something that you've done, you will recognize what that is.
Okay, so like that wasn't.
Yeah, that was a kid. We're not scared of you.
Yeah. We've been to scary swamps before, okay?
Yeah,
So-
scary swamps. This one might actually be haunted, but it definitely ain't haunted by you.
A chunk
Yeah.
of mud hits you in the face, Pat.
Whoa. Hey! Whoa! Come on!
Then more cheesy ghost crap happens, like where you hear, the spirits are angry that you're in the swamp. You should leave.
Why are you out here? Do you not have a place to stay in the town?
You hear a branch hopping up and down, like it's trying hard to be like scary tree noises.
Yeah.
Again, to anyone who wasn't paying attention, like all of this stuff would be super scary and weird and would probably be enough to like get them to go, no, thank you. But because you're paying attention, you recognize that there's a degree of like fakeness to all of this. Like it's definitely being constructed. And they still won't respond to you properly. They keep trying to pretend to be these like spirits as well.
I look at Davi and I'm like, play along?
Yeah, I guess. Yep. Ooh, we're so scared. Oh, sorry, we came into your swamp. Oh no, please.
Oh no,
don't.
mighty spirits. We're
Forgive
so
us.
sorry for interrupting your swamp time. If you
Special swamp time.
we'd be honored to help you with any problems you have.
Oh, great swamp.
Oh, great
Spirit.
swamp spirits.
And you just hear a jingling as like what would look like if it was pitch black and you were like in the swamp, it would absolutely look like a fairy light. But you can hear the sound that it's making, and it's actually a lantern filled with glow bugs. That's like tied to a branch that's like kind of comes through the trees. And this is the kind of thing that would 100% look like exactly what they're trying to convey if it was pitch black. But since it's not quite dark enough, like you can just barely make out that this isn't what it's trying to be. This isn't what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the spirit, in a very, very childish voice, says, "You should leave and never come back."
Okay, but is that what you want, or is that what you need? Is that what you need or what you want?
Yes.
That wasn't a yes or no answer. That wasn't a yes or no question.
Say yes if this is something you need. Go ahead.
And I think a voice from there's a little sound as a little burrowing owl lands on top of like a big rocky outcropping that you're passing and says, "The jig is up, guys. I think they figured us out."
You think?
I high five Pat.
I high five you. Yeah.
We were so brave the whole time, Pat.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
From the bushes, a little fruit bat who's been holding the little stick with the lantern on it pops out, and they all look like they're around your age, maybe a little older, maybe a little younger. And the last one to appear is the weasel who took your candy apple earlier.
Oh, hey!
They look emaciated. They probably took your, like, not emaciated, like in, not super emaciated, but they haven't been eating properly. You can tell. None of these kids have. And they look at the burrowing owl, who seems to be the ringleader, and he looks at both of you and says, "So, have you come to join the Lost Kids?" And you can see he's puffing himself up the way birds do to look bigger and tougher than they actually are. You know?
How come you're lost?
The little burrowing owl puffs himself up. Why do you want to know?
Well, I feel like I should get to know before I join the Lost Kids. I feel like I deserve to know a little bit informed consent and all that here is very important.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
like
weasel.
it's like an interview, you know?
The weasel chimes in. Yeah, but how do we know you're not going to use the story against us?
I'm not going to tell anybody that the ghosts aren't actually ghosts.
We're not tattletales.
Yeah, we're not snitches. And besides, I get not wanting to be around people sometimes.
Okay, and then the bat like kind of puts the little lantern down, spits in their hand, and holds it out to you and says, "All right, you got to swear."
I spit in my hand and just as serious.
Yeah.
Shake immediately.
They immediately
Swear.
shake.
Yeah.
Okay, Rain, you can tell him. And Rain, who is the burrowing owl, hasn't moved from his little perch, but talks to you. Says, "Well, we've been here for a little while, actually. During monsoon, we had a huge flood, and our village wasn't doing great because of the war and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we were on the bottom part of a big hill, so most of it washed away." And he whoos a little sadly. We kind of lost our folks.
Oh,
We've been
sorry.
Well, we traveled together and we found this place, and we thought it'd be pretty nice to just be here. And then but we didn't want to deal with adults. You know how adults can be, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're really terrible, says the weasel.
Not all of them, but a lot of them. It's like they hit a certain age and they forget what it was like to be a kid.
Somewhere in the ether, Tabitha and Gimbal look up because their ears are ringing. But anyway,
Shade.
The weasel's like, "But you know how they are. Wash your hands, go to bed, eat your vegetables. What the heck? Just
Go
leave
to
us
school.
alone."
Yeah. Ugh.
Who even wants to go to school?
The only reason I'd want to go to school is to read more, learn more stories, But I don't have to go to school to do that. I just have to make friends with a librarian.
The little bat looks at you and says, "Whoa, you can read? That's so cool."
Yeah, I guess I got taught when I was really little. I can teach you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And he looks at the bat looks at Davi and says, "Can you read too?"
And Davi looks kind of a little embarrassed and is like, "Yeah, a little bit. I don't read that much, but I can only read a little bit."
That's better than me. I can't read at all.
Well, not everybody needs to know how to read, I didn't need to know how to read once I left where I was. It's not a bad thing to not know how to read. It's just a good skill to have, It's not like it's like I don't know how to knit, but it's still a good skill, But just because I don't know how to knit doesn't mean I'm bad or anything. It just means I don't know how to knit.
And Rain the burrowing owl comes down and says, "Well, I'm Rain. This is Glenn." He motions to the fruit bat. "And that's Peony, the weasel. It's nice to meet you guys. What are your names?"
Oh, I'm Pat, short for patchouli.
I'm Davi. Also, I've got some. Are you a little hungry? Because I've got some berries, and Davi's big brown pants are just stuffed with absolute smattering of smashed berries and a bunch of other knickknacks, and so just scooping things out and "Hey, we can share."
And on the weasel, who does have a trait called starving, which is a trauma trait, says, "I'm always hungry," and takes the food from you and starts eating handfuls of it. They really have not been eating well.
Okay, yeah, buddy, no problem, of course.
Listen, I'm not gonna make you or anything. I wouldn't want to live in Marblemoor, but I travel around with a group of adults that actually aren't bad. They're actually good, and they're the reason I stick with them. And I glance at Davi as I'm saying this, and you guys are welcome to come along. I know it's big, and we travel a lot, and But I'd be there, and they don't make you do things you don't want to do. They always, and if they do, they always explain why they're doing it. And at the end, you usually, even if you don't want to, you know you need to. Like, they don't expect you to just do whatever they say just because they're adults.
And Rain puts both hands on his hips and says, well, I don't know about that. We made the Lost Kids group, you know, to free kids from the tyranny of adults, because they can be really oppressive, you know. That's why I asked you if you wanted to join. I thought you would, you know, if you guys joined, we'd have 3 new recruits instead of just the 1.
The 3?
Uh-huh.
Who's the other one?
Oh, and Glenn pipes up, oh my gosh, he's so nice. His name is Minos, and he has big horns. And I told
Minos?
I told him to come meet us here if he's sick of his dad, because he said his dad was really bugging him.
Oh.
And I told him, you don't have to live under that kind of oppression. You should live for yourself and be independent.
I think, Pat just starts kind of laughing a little bit. Just because your dad's bugging you doesn't mean he's bad. I mean, maybe he's bad.
Listen, his dad had him peeling potatoes like he was some kind of servant, okay? Who does chores? Adults do, not kids. And she like makes a little pouty face and like looks down at herself.
I mean, I don't know. Chores are pretty important. If you didn't wash at all, I'm not saying wash all the time, constantly. But if you don't wash at all, you're not going to be pleasant to be around, right? Because you're going to stink.
And that's when you notice that all 3 of them stink.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to peel potatoes. I kind of wish someone like would show me, you know?
I mean, adults suck sometimes. And a lot of them suck forever. But some of them don't suck. You gotta find them. Like, you don't gotta stick with the ones that are bad. You know, you can go and find the ones that are good and stick with those. And then when you become an adult, you can, you know, be the good kind of adult.
Oh man, I don't even want to think about becoming an adult. Ugh. I don't want to be old.
Yeah, totally. Getting old is stupid.
Yeah, getting old is a little scary. I don't want to be as slow as Tabitha. That's frightening.
Poor Tabitha. So we're still walking towards you with her walking stick.
Pat's greatest fear is being slow like Tabitha. So terrible.
Poor Tabitha.
Oh God.
Somewhere Gimble's like, I think some kid is dunking on me.
I can see this in my bones.
Whoops, sorry.
And I think at this point, like, they're like, listen, Pat, I don't think I'm very good at trusting adults, because and this is the bat talking to you, because the last time that I trusted an adult, they let me down. Because my dad said he was going to come back for me, and he never did.
Yeah.
And again, like, you're smart enough that you can figure out that the reason he probably didn't come back is because he got caught up in a mudslide
And died.
Yeah, and probably did not make it. But yeah.
No, adults can let you down, but some of them, a lot of the time, I don't think your dad meant to let you down. I mean, I think if he could have come back, he would have, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
She sniffs a little bit, like does a thing where you like, put your knuckles against your nose, like.
I mean, it's not good it's not happy or anything like that when adults let you down. But you know what the big secret is?
What?
Adults are just kids that got big enough that everyone around them doesn't treat them like a kid anymore. But inside, they're still kids, I think. Everyone's just a person, right? Like you and me, we're just people. But everyone thinks we're kids because that's what we look like. But, you know, adults are just people too. And when we look at them, we see adults because, you know, that's what they look like. We gotta learn how to look past that. We gotta just see the person. And that's something everyone's gotta learn.
And as like after you say that, Rain, the burrowing owl kind of lands and walks towards you and Dobby and kind of studies you both and says, what if something bad happens to Marblemoor, though? Then what are we supposed to do? We'll have to find another swamp to live in. It's easier to live by ourselves than, you know, to get attached to adults that aren't going to be there later.
I mean, no one's going to be there later. Doesn't mean that the time you spend with them now means nothing.
And I like this place. I like scampering around this place. If I can help stop things happening from Marblemoor, I'd like to help. And even if I am just a kid, you know, maybe we could all do something.
Do you guys know what happened to Marblemoor in the past?
Things that I laugh about is now I want a segment of Wanderhome, but Goonies edition.
Yes!
Because we just formed the Goonies.
Yes!
We've done Goonies!
Yes!
Wanderhome Goonies!
Never die.
Goonies assemble!
But anyway, so as you say that, they think really hard and they go, we didn't get here that long ago. I know that the ghosts in the swamp are real. We did that. We wanted to make sure that no one bothered us in our new home. And the three of us promised to stick together, right? And they like put their fists together, like to the three of them, like buddies. But that's about it. The only other thing I know is that the Hallow, that place is kind of scary. Not because there's anything happening there, but it has a weird vibe. We actually tried to set up camp there first, and it didn't feel very good, so we left.
Okay. Well, listen, you can stay. You can even go live with adults in Marblemoor. But, I mean, I think I'd have to clear it with all my friends, my family, who are, they're my family. I'd have to clear it with them, obviously, because we're all in it together. But I think they'd be happy to have you along if you want to be. I don't want to make you or anything. I just, it can be good. It can be good.
They look at you, and then they do the thing where they like make the huddle. And you can hear them whispering, like they lift their heads, they look at you, they do the huddle again, they lift their heads, they look at you, they do a huddle again, and they go, and then all three of them spit in their hands and like do a shake, and you have no idea how this handshake works. It's 3 people instead of like 2, but it works. And they look at you and go, okay, we trust you. We're gonna go back to the city with you, and we'll see if we can either go with you or live with some adults, I guess. Are there any that you liked that you've met in Marblemoor?
I've only met one adult in Marblemoor, and she's kind of, I didn't really like her. I mean, she's nice. She's just dismissive. But I like Calyx, who is actually Minos' dad. Calyx is actually pretty cool. And like, he makes you do chores, but like, I don't know. Could be a lot worse, but the adults I'm with are really, really good, and I'm sure there's got to be good ones in Marblemoor. I mean, there's good ones and bad ones everywhere. I'll help you find some.
Okay, and I think with that, they're ready to leave the swamp with you. And you, Patchouli, have solved the mystery of the swamp. And I think you've also done a token thing. I believe you've earned a token.
I've also probably spent many a token.
Yes.
Mm.
Because a lot of that was spending tokens, but yes, you you provided a solution for an aspect or a material or immediate problem, so that's one token.
Yeah, offer someone a chance to connect with you on personal level, find what someone needs to give them a chance to change fundamentally.
All of those things.
Which is 3. And then speak my true feelings. I did that many times.
So, yep.
Yeah. Inconvenienced myself a little bit just because as soon as I found out about the Hallow, I was like, I want to go to the Hallow.
Yeah, right.
I want to go to the Hallow.
I want to go there. Take me there.
Oh gosh.
Got visions.
Well, I got visions.
Take me to there now.
Hold on. Okay, let me see something, and then we can move on. Because we are at 4:34, so we are probably going to want to speed this up to cram this into
for sure.
The last 30 minutes.
Sorry for taking up so much time, y'all.
We had a lot of scenes.
I love the little kids.
The Goonies edition. It's great.
Those heartbreaking little kids. Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see. So, okay, yes. So you saw the Mystery of the Fairy Lights, and as you're walking back towards town, you actually run into Minos, who had a little knapsack and was like running away from home. You know, like the classic like privileged child does not like the way he's treated, so he's running away. And you like discovers that like all y'all are heading back, and you managed to convince him to go back.
I'm like, I'll help you peel the potatoes.
Yeah, like
I'll keep you company.
And then all the other kids join in. Like you kind of become the ringleader of this group of kids, which is great.
I have a gang.
Yes, you have a little gang, and that's what the older group, Corbett, Gimbal, Tabitha, and Nicola, find when Patchouli returns.
Oh, hi guys. Sorry for running off.
So Pat, it looks like you have made yourself a little squadron. What is the purpose?
This is Dobby. I think y'all know Dobby. And then this is I forgot their names.
They've multiplied.
Okay. Listen. These are some friends I made. I lean in close so that they don't hear me tell everyone this, but I'm like, they were the ghosts in the woods, and they were just hungry. Because they don't have any folks anymore. But I told them that y'all were cool, and that if they wanted to, they were welcome to join our traveling group. They're also, and also we found Minos. Minos went to go say hi to his dad again. I gotta go help him peel potatoes. I promised him I'd do that. But yeah.
Let us know before you run away like that again. You gave us quite the scare, and so did young Minos.
Yeah, sorry.
Calyx was looking everywhere for him.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah, he did say he ran off.
And his poor mother must be worried sick in her condition as well.
So, but Patchouli, I think we can all agree. You did something very good for these kids. It is clear to me these kids need help, and you found the Minos. So yes, you ran off, but I think we could all agree Patchouli did a good thing as well. Yes.
Very much. Sir Nicola is correct here.
You did good, little Sunbeam.
Puts her little paw on your head, even though through your head just kind of does the job.
Proud of you, kid. Look at you forming bonds and, making little groups.
Sorry for scaring y'all. I'll try. I just forgot. Gonna try harder, but I fully forgot. Sometimes I just get tunnel vision. Anyway, they just I actually just did it because it was because I wanted kid company instead of adult company. And
Are we not good enough for you, young Pat?
No, you're great. You're great. You're great. It's fine. I gotta go peel potatoes. I'll bye.
We'll see you at dinner.
Yeah. Pat fully embarrassed by all the like, you did good, Pat. Ah! Runs away.
In pure anxious ADHD child fashion.
Yes, exactly. 100%.
And then I think Tabitha looks at Gimbal and says,
They probably forgot we were supposed to go to the Hallows after dinner, didn't they?
Oh, I think if Pat wanted to go to the Hollows without us, they already would have. They made it as far as the forest. I think they're going to be a little slower, maybe, so we won't lose them as quickly in the Hollows, but I hope they saved up some energy. You are right. It is going to be quite the journey in the dark night we're about to have.
Maybe we'll just go tomorrow. I have a feeling Pat's wore themselves out and is probably going to fall asleep.
We shall see, but we don't want to wait too long into the festival. If we're going to try to do something about these ghosts, we want to make sure the people are safe when they're out and about tomorrow night.
Well, Pat just said there are no ghosts, you old biddy, and she gives you a little pat on the back.
There still might be ghosts. We don't know for sure.
Do you want there to be ghosts?
I think it would be quite fun.
and you're there, we're having this conversation as we walk towards the caravan. I think I'm seeing this as a sort of walk into the sunset moment before we move into the rest of the days. But if Sir Nick and Corbett would like to add to that scene, please do. I don't want to overlook either of you because Pat's peeling potatoes in the corner.
Corbett's probably trying to get information from Nicola to see if Nicola kissed Ambrose or not. Ambrosia or not.
For the bet. Yes.
For the bet.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's really funny.
So hey, did anything happen?
Sir Nicola blushes so much with every one of Corbett's questions.
So did you smush snoots or anything?
Okay.
Smush snoots. I'm dead.
What is
Touch me.
this? Smush snoots, Corbett, come on. Stop.
Oh, so you don't smush and tell, huh?
It is not the gentle hog's way, you know?
Gentle hog.
Gentle hog's way.
A gentle
tokens.
This interaction, you both get tokens. That's can't.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you treated her like a gentle hog.
I will say this. She said tiny baby hands, and that was very nice.
I don't know what that means, but okay. If that means something to you, then
Oh, yes.
hell yeah, dog.
Yeah. Yes. Pounded, Corbett.
A raven smoking with an anime protagonist voice. Hell yeah, dog.
My dreams are fulfilled. I don't know what else I want from RPGs after this.
And this is where the camera pans up into the sky and we roll credits. Boom. Not fully roll credits. The episode actually isn't over. I just think that's it's a great segue. No, we're with this. That's the end. If anything, it's the end of the day before the Festival of Ablution. For the sake of expediency, we are going to do a little bit of a fast forward. So the first day of the festival passes by without incident. Thankfully, now that Minos has returned to his family, he was grounded. He was punished because he worried his father and his mother, and he shouldn't have done, especially the latter, in his mother's current condition. And the kids, including Pat, all helped Minos peel potatoes. They were offered warm beds and baths, so they are immediately given the care that they needed, and are a part of the caravan, but haven't yet figured out if there are any adults they can trust yet. And I think, Pat, would you have explained the situation to Calyx?
Yeah.
So I think at that point, Calyx is actively kind of introducing them to people within the caravan to see if there's an adult that they can trust and that they would like to travel with for a while, since there are many people within the caravan that wouldn't mind traveling with children that are trustworthy and honorable people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Alongside himself, it's just that he already has a child, has another on the way, and taking on 3 more would be a Brady Bunch situation that he might not be ready to deal with.
Very fair.
So, yeah. So he's doing his best to try to find. If anything, he's also kind of reaching out, like walking around Marblemoor as well, since there's no orphanages here. There to see if anyone would be willing to take in these kids for a time. So that's at work. First day of the Festival of Evolution comes. Tabitha is like getting annoying with this wash your hands business up until the ceremonial washing of the hands actually happens on day 1.
Mm-hmm.
Day 2 comes around and Tabitha like insists that Patchouli takes a bath. Like full on Mulan dumps water on their head, take a bath.
Not the cap! Not the cap!
We're gonna turn this Sowsier into a silk purse situation. While Tabitha has very much taken the lead on this holiday and is insisting that like, okay, we have to clean our wagon, like we can put out, and helps with certain ceremonies.
I think Sir Nicola and I are like in the background. Every time we get like a moment to ourselves, we're like scavenging around for items.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, nice. We're gonna find this stuff.
To the ground.
That's true. We do have a scavenger hunt happening. So day 1, what items do you find?
I think we find.
Remember, there's 10 items on the list.
I think we find like 2 or 3 items the first day.
Okay.
So like maybe I'll do like maybe we find like a painted rock. Actually, wait. We find this.
Okay, cool. We find a painted little ladybug rock. Great.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, me too. What do you find?
I find like a little bumblebee that's made out of like twine, like a little bumblebee twine figurine.
Nice.
Bumblebee action figure.
A bumblebee action figure. I love it. Okay. And then, so day 1 is the day of ritual cleansing. Day 2 is the ritual cleansing of the hands. Day 2 is like cleaning and getting rid of things. Are you guys planning on letting go of anything at the end of the Festival of Evolution? Is there anything that you would like to, like any objects, or is it going to be something more ephemeral, something related to you and your heart that you want to discuss when we get to day 3, which is the final day of the Festival of Evolution?
Yes.
I've got something.
Okay, great. And I think, so day two passes by fairly uneventfully. I do think, does Pat remember that they want to go to the Hallows?
I think yes, but I think Pat asked to go early in the morning on day 3 to go to the Hallows. Perfect.
Cool. So, and I think Tabitha is willing to oblige as well with that. And so let me go through NPCs. Gimbal. Day 2 is ending. You're preparing for dinner, and you see a familiar face. Like pedaling a wheelbarrow filled with flowers of different varieties. None of the tulips from the Great Field. You recognize a stoic grizzly bear dressed in a blue tunic shirt and brown pants, surrounded by different colors of butterflies, who are all eagerly feasting on the wheelbarrow full of flowers. And you can hear him grumbling to himself, all right, you guys wait. Let me put this on the ground before you get started. Good grief. So greedy.
That's an accurate thing I've ever heard working with horses as well. It's the same thing.
Yes.
As he goes by with the wheelbarrow, some of the flowers drop out, and I go to pick them up because I haven't seen these bluebells in so long.
Manny, is that you?
Gimbal, how are you? And he takes the bluebell from you, and then takes you, because he's a grizzly bear, he's significantly bigger than you, and wraps you in a big old hug. And you just kind of, as a goat compared to a grizzly bear, you kind of just like poof into him, you know, into his big frame. Artem knows. Artem paid a grizzly bear. So.
I know that grizzly life.
But yeah, he says, how have you been? He like puts you back from him, like holds you by the shoulders, has a look at you. He says, you look like you've been doing well, Gimbal.
Oh, I've been doing great. I'm sure you've seen the bumbles as you've come into town. I'm surprised they haven't been bothering you yet with all those delectable flowers you have in tow right about now.
Oh, well, I think I saw a couple of them hanging out by the tulip field. I think is that your queen? Is that Junebug? She was this big when I saw her last.
Oh, isn't she quite marvelous now? She is our queen bee of the herd now.
Gosh.
And she is quite the little lady and has quite the attitude.
Oh,
so you've likely seen her around. If she was a little aggressive, you'll have to mind her. She's just very excited for these flowers to be ready.
She really wants the flowers in those fields. My butterflies can't even get near them.
I'll have to tell her that they're friends she must have forgotten in her years. We're still on the lookout for little Edward. He's been lost for a while, but hopefully we will find him again. I know he was one of your favorite of my flock.
You know, I think I heard someone say they heard buzzing over in the Hallows.
Buzzing, you say? Well, I haven't seen any of my other flock mates be missing, so I mean, do you think it could be after all this time?
Well, it's just hearsay. I haven't been there myself, but someone said they heard buzzing, and they weren't sure where it was coming from, but it definitely sounded like a bee.
I'll have to keep that in mind. What have you been up to, dear Manny? It's been years.
He laughs. He like gives a little chuckle laugh, like a little bashful bear. He might have a thing for you, but it's in the kind of way that he'd never actually act on it. You know what I mean? Like he feels like maybe his chance came and went with the sun because you're around the same age. So, and he says, "Oh well, nothing much. Just caring for my butterflies like always."
Oh, and they look great.
Yes, aren't they? And like one of these huge, like dish-sized butterflies, like lands on his shoulder. This is Daisy. Daisy gets jealous of other people pretty easily. Oh. And he kind of looks at the butterfly and looks at Gimbal. She's kind of giving you the eye right now. Not that you can tell because butterflies have weird compound eyes. So apparently, you're getting the glare.
Multitude of glares.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't mean any harm, Daisy. You're a very beautiful butterfly, and I'm not sure how I could compete with such beautiful colors. I don't think she has anything to worry about, Manny.
Her wings like do this for a minute, and then she goes off to go to the flowers, and he says, well, I'd better get going. I've gotta dump these out, you know. Are you gonna go to the field viewing? He's almost hesitant in the fact that he asks you.
I will be there. Are you going to stay throughout the festival? Are you selling your flowers, or have you continued with your knick-knack making?
Oh, I'm selling a few knickknacks, yeah. My brother's helping me with my shop now. He's a little bit more of a salesman than me. I just make the stuff and do the work, you know?
Well, then I will be sure to bring my friends to your booth. And I will definitely see you in the field, Manny. It was wonderful running into you so conveniently.
Oh, right. And he keeps flashing his way over and says, and he stops and then looks back again and says, if you're not going with anyone to the viewing in the field, let me know. I wouldn't mind keeping you company. And it's a very bashful way of him asking you out. So
I hadn't thought about it. I think that would be quite lovely.
You let me know, okay? And he like gets really, really embarrassed and like fucking like dips with his wheelbarrow, like just runs. Like, I'm gonna go. Bye.
Gimble just stands there like flabbergasted, has no idea what to do, deer in headlights.
If I don't know how this all ended up in ships, but here we are. So,
I am ship free.
Yes, you are ship free. You're over there building the goodies. You're fine.
Tabitha has her husband
Somewhere in either
Somewhere.
in the ether. No one knows where.
Nobody knows who her husband is. Not even Tabitha.
Tabitha is her own husband, actually.
Yes.
The plot twist of the
She's
century.
married to herself. That's
Wow.
it.
She's an independent woman.
She's a Shania Twain song.
Yes.
Anyway, so that is your interaction with Manny. And I think that we are going to go ahead and forward to the last day. And I think early in the morning, Tabitha actually wakes you up, Julie. Here, you can hear the clinging of her little staff.
Hi. Oh.
Good morning, my little sunbeam. Didn't you want to go to the Hallows today?
Yeah, I did. Oh, sorry, I forgot to. Sir Nick and I were out looking a little later than we were supposed to be.
Oh, did you find anything good?
We did. We haven't found the fairy baby yet, but we found like a bunch of stuff. We found some painted rocks. We found like a little figurine. We found a little twine bumblebee that Sir Nick found. We found a little twig doll. We found a little cloth doll. It's been great.
I should wake up, Sir Nick. Do you want everyone to come with us to the Hallow?
Yeah, if they want to, yeah.
All right, let's go get them up. Why don't you wake up the Gimbal and Corbett? I'll go poke Sir Nick.
And she goes over to where Nick is sleeping and like gives him a poke. Not a mean poke, just a little like, hey, get up.
Hey. Oh, hello.
Good morning, Sir Nick. We're going to the Hallows today. Pat would like to go.
Okay, thank you for the wake-up call. Good morning, Tabitha.
Good morning.
And she's like,
What?
We're going to Hallow. Do you want to come? Okay.
I go like rubbing the sleep out of her eyes with her hooves, like, oh, I didn't expect this, but all right, we're going.
I guess we're doing it.
I do the same thing to Corbett. Corbett,
Yeah.
we're going to the Hallow. Do you want to come?
All right. Yeah.
Yay! All right.
Sorry. Yesterday was a long day.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I got cleaned. That was wild.
That's true. You actually
just-
look redder than usual. Your fur is all shiny and stuff. Like
there's,
even
like,
your clothes are clean, which is weird.
But you smell great.
Yeah, no, I do smell great. It is nice. I like the smell.
You
Anyway.
smell fresh.
Yeah. But don't tell Tabitha I said that, okay? I don't want her to know I actually enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
Heard
that
what?
was you.
What?
Nothing. All right.
And I think once everyone's up, and I think it's actually early enough that Calyx isn't even up yet. You can like, he is up, but like breakfast isn't ready is really what I'm trying to say. Like he's probably in the process of making breakfast for the caravan, but isn't necessarily like, the caravan itself isn't really awake yet. So you all take a hike over to the Hallows, which, as in that, hold on, I have notes on those because natural features, baby. Let's find them. So the Hallows, as you enter them, are very much enchanted forest vibes, or at least what was once an enchanted forest. It feels like kind of like this is what an enchanted forest could be, but the magical aspects of it seem to not exist. There's like a weird feel to the energy here. And it's not weird as in like there's no wildlife, there is, but it's just kind of empty. aside from a very carefully tended shrine to the Flower Maiden. That is, you can see that that care has been put into it, but there's no energy coming off of it, if that makes sense. It's just someone keeping it clean and making it look pretty. So someone's visiting it, but there's no energy about it. There's no god that resides within that shrine necessarily. But that said, that doesn't mean that this entire area is bereft of gods either. So let's talk about who might live there. Shouldn't be anyone super powerful because this place is pretty devoid of magic. Like, you can tell that this place was a holy place that was cleared of its divinity. And again, tragedy, this is a result of the war years ago.
There's probably some small little nature gods around. They're probably not super active because there's not a lot of energy.
You said that, and I thought of the little creatures from Mononoke that make the click sound.
The little
forest sprites. Yeah, the Kodama, where they just look at you, they tilt their head to the side, and then they click.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're my favorite.
Little mushroom spirits too. Might be
Yeah.
The way you describe it makes it feel like it's a very ancient place. Like it's like a place of solace. Like we're like...
Or at least it was. Because remember, this was a place that, because it had religious significance, it was destroyed during the war to kill the enemy's morale. So again, this is what, like, I think when you walk in, you can imagine a forest, but what your eyes actually see are tree stumps, things that have been burnt, land that has been scarred by the vitriol and anger of the war itself. It is growing back. It's not dead in the sense like this is charred earth and whatever. There's greenery and stuff, but it's more like it's in recovery, and there's just simply not enough energy there to house that many gods to begin with, or even a powerful god like the Moon King or the Flower Maiden that the legend talks about. It's almost like it's that energy is residually there. And that's what these little gods are surviving off of.
Is it like a wild energy?
I don't think that I wouldn't say that it's necessarily wild. But I would
Dormant?
say, yeah, dormant is closer to what I'm thinking. Dormant, very faint as well.
I think, I don't want to take more time, but I have an idea.
Okay, what's your idea?
I think Pat goes up to the shrine, and there's a stone engraving on it, and there's some a part of it that was chiseled away as part of the destruction. I'd like it if Pat put a hand or a paw on that chiseled away part, closed his eyes, and then opened them, and one of his eyes is white. And he smiles and says, they told me to be afraid of you. I'm not gonna be.
And as you say that, the tablet you have your hand on crumbles and reveals a worn mask. And you can see that the mask is outfitted for someone who can only see with one eye.
I think Pat takes their pan flute off the belt. And I'm going to spend a token to give something away and leave it behind.
Oh my gosh. Wow. All right, we're spending that token. Are you going to take the mask, or are you just leaving the panpipes with the mask?
I think I'm going to leave the panpipes. I think Pat doesn't feel ready to take the mask quite yet. I think Pat looks back at the others to see what they'll do.
I think when Pat goes up to the shrine, Tabitha says, stops and says, "Do you hear that?" And I'm going to earn a token because that's the thing I say. And you can, I'll ask you guys what you hear, and then I will tell you what Tabitha hears.
Wait, are you saying that you hear buzzing?
Well, I'm not telling you that yet. I want you to tell me what you hear. She says, "Do you hear that?" And then I'll tell you what she hears last.
Gimbal is there with Hickory and Mitzi. Mitzi has been very clingy throughout all of this festival. Gimbal spent time on the cleansing day to brush off all the bees so that they're ready to take in as much pollen as possible on those fuzzy little legs. And of course she is riding Hickory, and they're both a little antsier than they normally are in a mystical place. Like they're usually a little bit more attentive, a little bit higher energy, but they're just a little... Mitzi especially is way more restless than she ever is. So Mitzi shoots off once Pat has their paw on the tablet, because I'm hearing, to me it sounds like buzzing, it sounds like a bee. But I'm hesitant to go into this woods because I don't know, especially after seeing the stone crumble and a mask unveiled, Gimbal is hesitant to go further into these woods at this time.
Okay, so Gimbal's hesitating. Nick, what are you feeling right now?
Honestly, I think Nick is really inspired by Pat's interaction with this, and I think the amount of courage and bravery in this young person to say something like, "I was told to be afraid, but I'm not," it's like a kind of a level of, I think for Nick, it makes an impression as to he's seen Pat accept something about themselves, and Sir Nick has been wrestling with something about their own self. I think Sir Nick takes a look at as you described them, the burnt down stumps and the sort of the ravages of the war, but also the clear promise of a wood that is coming back and the thriving everything in here. He's gonna give Corbett a look and kind of a nod, and then it's gonna give Gimbal a look and a nod as well, and then he's very checks in with Tabitha and gives her a squeeze, and he is going to remove his sword just in the scabbard and rest it next to where the rock crumbled, and I think he's just going to say, sometimes pretending to be brave is a good way for us to practice to be brave, and sometimes practicing helps us learn, and when we learn, maybe we become brave. And I would like to give this up because I am going to pretend to be brave enough to be happy, and to bring that happiness to places that happiness is missing, and to people who are missing that happiness. And for happiness, I will never need this. And he's gonna leave his sword behind.
Hello?
Okay. Oh, yes. Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Your mic is muted there, bud.
No. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
No, your mic is muted. I can hear you, but we can't hear, you can't hear us.
Rip.
Rip.
Oh, there we go. Okay. He got a call. That's what it was. All right. So that was a very intense scene, actually. I'm glad that happened right after it ended. Thank God. But okay. So that said, what do you hear, Corbett?
I probably hear what sounds like sorry, I'm trying to English this out in my head to make sure it makes sense grammatically. The sound of my old friends all crying in unison. The ones who passed here in Marblemoor. Corbett spent the cleansing day taking time to cleanse their thoughts, not of the memories of these people, but of the trauma associated with the war. And so they spent the entire day reflecting on their time with Skelly and reflecting on and the joy and rapture they felt knowing that somebody from the old crew was still around and kicking, but what for everyone else? So they spent their entire evening journaling and committing the memories of these people to paper so that their stories would never be lost. So
your lady crush is influencing you there on your writing.
Yeah. Well, it's probably like in like crow scratch, you know, like it's not like ever.
It's not like neat, but it's there.
Yeah. But it's legible and it's, you know, an annal for future generations to have. And Corbett sees Sir Nicola and the sacrifice that he made of the sword. And the pride they feel in everything that Pat has gone through with the lost kids over the course of the past couple days, and you know, Gimble's diligence in tending to the pack of fumbles, even though Edward's been missing the entire time, and the memory that she retains of Edward, and just says, you know, I've been keeping on with this baggage for a long time. I've been carrying I've been carrying my friends' memories with me like not just one rucksack, but hundreds of rucksacks for the last decade. And I think it's not up to me anymore to really tell their stories. It might be up to themselves to tell their own stories here in the Hollow. And at the same place Sir Nicola has laid his sword, so does Corbett lay the journal that they filled like cover to cover with the memories of the stories of valor, the stories of thefts and broken hearts, but the lighter and more youthful parts of the war, so that those that are lost will never be forgotten.
And that was beautiful, actually. Like, but and as you do that, like Rafiki coming up to go meet Simba, you hear the clank of Tabitha's little staff as she also approaches the shrine. And she says softly and she's not talking to any of you, like she's got a very distant look on her face, as if she's been conversing with someone this entire time that has nothing to do with anybody here. And she reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a bird's nest, a very tiny little bird's nest that's laced with down and looks like if you were to put your fingers to rest in it, it would feel very soft. But you get the sense that there's more to this nest than what it seems. And she says, it's very, very unfortunate that there's no god here to accept such gifts. Perhaps you might be willing to help. And very carefully and gently, she lays the bird's nest at the center of this old, dilapidated, but clean and well-kept shrine. And
I think...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Please just stay. The only thing I can say is that there's a little, if you look at it funny, there's a little tiny glow from inside the center of the bird's nest. But you can take it from there.
Yeah, I think the little tiny glow, what's left behind, is like almost like one of those little ash spirits from Spirited Away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
With like the little stars.
The sprites.
Yes.
Yeah,
the Smith sprites.
Yes.
Ah.
And I think that's how this tiny forgotten god, for the nameless ancient god, is manifesting itself right now, is just as something small and wouldn't be noticeable to the naked eye. And it looks up with its big, googly white eyes at Tabitha and says in the teeny tiniest voice, "You want me to live here? You think I should live here?"
Only if it seems comfortable for you. Do you like it?
Well, this is so much bigger than anything I've ever lived in recently. You did a wonderful job in keeping me comfortable, Tabitha.
I do what I can.
And she nods in like that sage little old lady way.
I think I'm gonna like it here.
Yes, I think you will too. Look at all the presents here to welcome you.
And she motions at all the things that have been laid essentially at the feet of this god, at the foot of the shrine.
And the teeny tiny little black puffball just rolls. It doesn't have like any other appendages, no arms, no legs, no feet. It just rolls up and out of the bird's nest and rolls around on like the dais of this shrine just to get a lay of the land, but also see the gifts that had been left for them. And they go,
so many memories, so many things that mean so much to other people. Do you think I could mean this much to other people one day again?
I absolutely think you can. After all, someone has been keeping this shrine very clean and very cared for. So they must care about the gods here.
Well, then this feels like home. This feels like home.
Welcome
you
to
for
your
being
new
here.
home.
Can you leave the bird's nest?
Of course. Well, and we may need to give you one more thing.
And she turns and looks at Pat and says,
Pat, my little sunbeam, come here.
Oh, okay. I come over.
Every god needs a name. And this one is no different. So what would you name him, my little sunbeam? Name them, my little sunbeam.
I think Pat looks around at the forest. Looks out and looks in the direction of the field. Looks at the glow. Little glow in the little ball. How does starseed sound?
I think it sounds comfortable, cozy. Welcome home, my little star seed.
And now, since we've given you a name and a place to live, some stuff happens that you have notes on. And you can decide what that looks like.
Okay. With a name and a temple home, you see the star. You see Starseed actually grow from this tiny little fluffy puff of soot to an actual star, but not 5-pointed star, but what a star is. It's just a ball of brightly colored gas. But it kind of infuses into the shrine itself to make sure the shrine is always glowing, always illuminated, and can make itself known as a home for all that are lost and forgotten. And I think this shrine is going to always be a place for the sick and the infirm can land safely here in Marblemoor. If they need an extra boost, if they need some quick healing.
Nice. And I think everybody else feels this sort of, that emptiness that this forest had kind of gives way to this aura of vitality and this beautiful sort of healing, soft energy as divinity has been returned to this place, in a manner of speaking. But that does not change the sound of buzzing that Gimbal keeps hearing.
And with this growth of starseed and change, Mitzi is having none of this. Too scary, too big. There's a buzzing sound, not happy, so she books it into the woods. And Hickory, and I'm still sitting on Hickory, who's now upset because one of their herdmates has been separated. And Gimbal ushers Hickory to move forward towards Starseed.
I must humbly request, new god of this forest, may we have a look around? One of my bees seems to have already trespassed, and I will pay you in a honeycomb piece if you should so like that. So you have something to snack on in your new growth. I know you young growing creatures tend to be very hungry.
And pulls it out of her cloak and just smacks it onto the altar kind of haphazard and continues without real permission to go find the buzzing.
Love it.
Really,
True old lady fashion. Let's go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just lets you.
And I think that what you see as you chase after Mitzi is that she's been stopped by another bee who's headbutting her in familiarity.
And Mitzi's showing no signs of distress. Mitzi is acting, and I'm looking at this bee because I haven't seen them in years, so I'm not sure who it is in particular. It's a fairly unremarkable, nothing really special about this bee. Not particularly large, a little smaller than Hickory, so rideable, but not as robust as Hickory is. Hickory is exceptional in size. And I keep getting closer, and after they're done headbutting, it starts coming straight towards me with Hickory. And Gimbal reaches out her hoof to just kind of let them smell, let them see.
Mm-hmm.
And it perches right onto her and tries to like pull her arm closer.
Aww.
Now, I haven't had a new foreign bee, a wild bee, do this, so you must belong to someone.
And I do the famed and foretold shin-scratching head pat combination of old. Honey sweet, honey kind, honey takes its time.
Mm-hmm.
And it spins in a circle, and I find it's Edward!
Yay! Edward!
Oh, our boy!
Our boy is home! So yes, and having the time that you've spent in the Hallow, time does not feel like it has passed at all. Especially since once the god took root in this place, it seemed like it was daytime. But when you finally leave, it's actually bordering on dusk. And you guys have to hurry off to go see the Dance of the Starlight Flowers.
Can I say
Thank you all for waiting for us. Here is Edward.
Yeah, Edward.
Oh, Edward!
Edward, finally!
Edward, yes.
It's good boy.
As we're leaving, I think the shrine, Pat stops, looks at the mask, looks up at the shrine, takes the mask, and then gives the shrine a wink, and his white eye goes back to being normal. And then
Nice.
after them.
And I think that as he catches up, Tabitha, who's a very knowing lady, says to Pat, and not even looking at them, sideways comment, says, you would make an excellent caretaker. And keeps walking.
Ooh.
But yeah, so we all make it to the field where the Dance of the Starlight Flowers is about to begin. There is one last interaction here that I would like to have. Because as all of you arrive, someone calls out to Tabitha, and a little dark brown rabbit hops up to your gang to say hello.
Auntie Tabitha! Auntie Tabitha!
Oh my goodness, Patches, is that you? She puts both hands on Patches' face. Look at you, I could pinch those cheeks.
You already are!
Oh, but they're so pinchable, darling. And then she
I know.
lets go.
Gosh, you're always doing this. Hi! It's been a while!
It has been. What are you doing here? Did my silly brother come back to Marblemoor?
Oh, yeah, we moved back a few months ago. It's been nice. I'm really enjoying school. I'm reading all the books. It's super fun. And it's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in forever.
Oh, yes, it's wonderful to see you too, my dear. I shall have to visit you and your family before we leave.
Yeah, I can show you to her after this is my first time. I've never seen the Starlight Dance.
You've never seen it? Oh, please tell me your family is here. You're watching it with them.
Yeah, they're over there.
Oh, good. And she waves casually to her brother.
They wave back and they're like,
yeah. And she gives both thumbs up.
Yeah.
And she or I thought whatever cat. Yeah. Okay. Cat
we have opposable thumbs. It's fine.
Yes. and she says, "Well, darling, you'd better get back to." Oh, wait. And she immediately grabs Patchouli in the manner of a woman who is determined to make a ship happen. But not obviously, it's not this is clearly me. It's one of those oh, you should meet right? And she says, Patches, you should really meet Patchouli. Your name's both shortened to Pat. You already have something in common.
Hi. And I guess I'm playing.
I'm sorry.
We
I
all want to end on me having a conversation with myself because we can.
I just thought it would be hilarious. You meet you. You've fallen in love with yourself. Congratulations.
You're terrible.
I am. I
You
love it.
feed.
Great.
That's very
Anyway.
deep to enforce self-love like that. I appreciate that.
Nice.
Steaming.
Well done.
Love
Smooth.
it.
What was it? Where's the Man in the Mirror by Michael Jackson? Anyway. Yes. So she introduces you, Patchouli, to Pat. They have a little conversation. And
They're friends immediately.
yes, great. Welcome to the Goonies, Pat. So,
Yeah, no, Patches is joining the Goonies. Patches is our lore keeper.
great.
'Cause Pat needs a friend that also reads books.
Yes.
Patches does.
And when Patches goes back to his family and the festival begins, you realize why this festival is named this way, because these tulips blossom at night under the light of the full moon, and when they blossom, the pollen they release attracts glow bugs. And so it looks like the stars are dancing on the field because it lights up with glow bugs, or fireflies if you prefer. I call them glow bugs in the heath. So you see this beautiful sight of like these glow bugs just flying around, and that's really the sight that everyone's come to admire because it has spiritual significance for the people of Marblemoor. And as you're watching this, Tabitha takes another quiet moment with Patchouli and says,
My dear Sunbeam, may I ask you a bit of a personal question?
Okay.
and I will say this, we are going to do a little epilogue for each of you, so don't feel like I've left you alone with your unresolved ends. We will. This is taking us to the end.
How would you feel about staying in Marblemoor just a little bit longer?
I don't mind.
And she places her hand on your shoulder and says,
I think that it's time for me to retire. And someone needs to take my place. And if you would like, you can stay with me here in Marblemoor, and I will teach you the ways of the caretaker.
Are you sure? I don't know if I'm...
My little Sunbeam, the way you deal with gods is no less than gifted. I could not think of a better person to take my place when I am gone.
Well, sounds like an adventure.
It certainly will be.
You can count me in.
she wraps an arm around your shoulders, and you've been like unofficially adopted by Tabitha. It'll be official in the morning. So
That's like rolling their eyes, like yeah, just like blushing real hard. Like, this is terrible. I love it.
somewhere in the distance, stop acting like I'm dead. Her husband.
Not Tabitha now.
He's been trailing us this whole journey.
There's like some guy back there since
Just steadfastly ignore him and don't let him live and stay in the same area.
Yes. So, and that will bring the story to a close, but not without epilogues for each of our characters, because we do have to wrap up their loose ends. Sir Nicola, since we started with you, where do you want to leave things with your girlfriend, not girlfriend, Ambrosia? Or is there something else that you'd like to epilogue with?
Well, it's just like I have one specific thing that actually doesn't have to do with Ambrosia that I think I wanted to cover.
We can talk about that. That's fine.
But we could also have a moment with Ambrosia as well. But
yes.
But how would you like to do the epilogue? Is it something we
pretty much the epilogue is kind of a reflection on your experiences while you're at the Dance of the Starlight Flowers, admiring a moment of beauty within the heath.
Great. As he's watching this truly miraculous and rare sighting, feeling in a way almost dazed with the amount of unburdening he's felt himself experience, something he did not think that he was capable of, and how much he saw that resonate with his group. I think he is processing all his emotions in the way that someone who's not great with processing their emotions can, but like just being like a little goofy, like has to like make a joke about it, and sort of like as he's kind of like and he makes eyes with Corbett and hey Corbett, and he reaches up to Mitzi where he's had this parcel this entire time. He's like, hey Corbett, new hat, who this? And he opens the box with this hat for Corbett.
I'm dying, this is great.
Oh my God. So Nikolai, you really didn't have to. I gave it to you as a gift, to bridge the gap between our factions.
And it has been incredible gift, but I saw this hat and I was like, what? I know who would look really good in this hat. How could I not get this hat for my friend who's gonna look good in this hat? So that is it. I want to give it to you because I thought you would look really good, my friend.
I'm gonna remember this forever. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I think Corbett vows to give Sir Nicola little trinkets whenever they find little shinies around, and just like we'll like leave them randomly around Sir Nicola as we're on travels.
Yeah, and then I think with Ambrosia, it is maybe a moment where, hey, they find each other after the festival, and I think I'm gonna, really hand it over to back to Amber, not to put the pressure on you at all, but I think it is about like how was the festival for you, Ambrosia?
Oh, it was delightful. I got to see so many different things. The lights were absolutely wonderful to see, just the faces of glee of everyone around, and I got many ideas for making macrame coasters. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is incredible. Oh,
Yes.
wow, you are such an artist.
Well, so are you, in your own way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I had an incredible time with my found family. I think we are all getting very close. It was lovely. And I'm thinking about what is next.
Have you decided if you are going to be staying here in Marblemoor?
I don't know. I think I am trying to be a little bit brave about all the possibilities of life. And I'm open to really anything. But how are you feeling?
I've been traveling for so long. I'm sure you understand that, in my advanced age, I think I am ready to settle, make roots, ride out my twilight years in a place that will know me for more than just being, the wanderer that comes through every once in a while. I would love to have you join me if you feel like that kind of life would be amenable for you.
if you would allow me to help you make this life, I would be honored and very happy. And in this way, our families will know where to find us, you know? They will visit us and they'll know where we are.
We'll make our own little hidey hole. That'll be the first thing I teach you, how to make a hidey hole.
Oh, I am okay. I am very excited. Thank you. I would love to know.
Adorable. I love it. And that'll be a button on that scene. Who would like to go next?
I'll go ahead and go.
Okay. I will say this. As you're standing and admiring the field, you are standing next to a certain grizzly bear. So
I was about to say, Gimbal did indeed gravitate and find Manny, with all of his butterflies are calmly resting in the field because it's evening. My bumblebees are also kind of settling down for the night. They're excited for the flowers, but now is not quite the time. There's too many other bugs, too busy for them. So we do decide between the two of us that we are going to start shepherding together again. We had once or twice in the past. It hasn't gone beyond anything flirty or too flirty yet. So far it's just companionship of shepherds and having shared flocks, but we don't know yet if our flocks will need to split after a while, so it's undetermined, but as of now, Manny has agreed to travel with Gimbal and whoever else is still continuing to travel, as we just have to have a nomadic lifestyle for shepherds. They do not really have a settling port.
Exactly. So I think I do still think that he does have a thing for you, but because of the things that you've mentioned, he's not going to act on it. Very much. So and I think that he agrees with you. He mentions to you how butterflies and bees complement each other. Something about floating like one, stinging like one, Some guy said that at some point. But anyway, I think, that's lovely for Gimbal. I didn't know if you'd like to play out a scene, so before I take it away from you, what would you like to do?
I think for them that's a really lovely wrap up, since they have more time to still flesh out their story. They're both older, but they're not quite Twilight years old. They've got time to see if they are truly a match.
Okay.
They're both obviously very fundamentally compatible, but I don't think right now either is really pushing too hard for anything more, because they're just happy to have
companionship,
a familiar shepherd in their midst.
Okay. And then, so Amber and Cody, which one would you like to? Which one of you would like to go? And what would you like to do as your wrap?
I thought I already had an epilogue.
I mean, we can keep that as your epilogue. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do anything else,
I think I'm happy with that as my epilogue.
Great. As long as you're happy with that, I want to give everyone an opportunity. Amber?
I think Corbett sidles up to Skelly in their... So most of our crew is actually planning on staying in Marblemoor, right? With the exception of Gimbal.
Gimbal is not. Tabitha is retiring, and Patchouli is going to be training under Tabitha. And then I believe Sir Nick is going to be staying in Marblemoor. Are you staying in Marblemoor with Ambrosia?
Yep.
So that's what's happening. So the only
Gimbal will come back at some point, but not permanently.
Yeah.
So Corbett sidles up to Skelly and goes, "Hey, I've been thinking about you a lot the past couple days."
That's very kind of you. I've been quite unable to keep you off my mind as well.
Are you staying in Marblemoor, or are you going to be are you hitting the road too?
I'm not quite sure.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
I was looking at Meadow Downs because they also have a formidable library, and I truly feel there are more stories that I must find to document everything quite perfectly before I go to publish. Are you traveling with your family still, or would you be interested in Meadow Downs? I don't know if you've had a chance to go there since the war, but they've done a lovely job rebuilding.
No, I've not been to Meadow Downs since, well, yeah. But it turns out a lot of my family's going to be staying here. But I don't feel like I'm done traveling just yet.
Oh.
I feel like there are more stories to be told, you know?
I fully agree. If you have a mind to travel with me, I know some of my caravan seems to be staying as well, but I would love to have your company still.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't want to impose, you know, I mean...
Not at all. We have spaces open, and I'm sorry. I would very much like for you to join if it's within your travel map that you have for yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely, yep.
Corbin!
Yeah, relatable.
I'm just glad you're alive, Skelly.
You too, Corbett.
Yeah, if the offer is open, then I think I would like to, sit a spell with you on the road. And maybe help you collect the stories. Really?
For as long as you'd like.
I think it'd be nice to have a home with someone for once.
I would like that too.
Alright, well, I guess I'll move stuff from my old caravan to my new caravan. Great. I got the sick hat from Sir Nicola, though. Do you want to see it?
Please.
It's so sick.
Yeah.
It's great.
And I think that's where the camera pans out, is like just Corbett showing the hat.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you see like kind of the row of like these people that have made their decisions about where they're going to go next. And that is going to end our game of Wanderhome. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Ooh, I hope everybody here at the table had a great time. Special thanks. Yes, special thanks to everyone who made it. Let's go around one more time and tell everybody who you are and where they can find you.
Hi, I'm Cody Gonzaga. You can find me at www.codygonzaga.com. Also, I'm on the socials as Jazztice, Jaztice. And yeah, this was fun. I had a great time.
Right. Hi, y'all. I'm Artem. You can find me on Instagram at Artem directly. I am a theater performer, a performing artist, a TTRPG nerd. I have podcasts. You can find about all of it on the Instagram at Artem directly. And I had an absolutely delightful blast. So thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amber, also known as The Space Jamber. I am a 3-time Emmy-nominated TTRPG writer, editor, podcaster, and streamer. You can find me anywhere there's internet at The Space Jamber, or my website, thespacejamber.cool. It's where you can contact me and find all my links. Thank you so much, Vixie, for putting this together, and thank you to the rest of the cast.
Yay! All right.
I'm Kayla McDonald. I am an actor, artist, and makeup connoisseur. And you can find me at thekaylamcd.com or thekaylamcd on Instagram as well. This was an absolute delight. Everybody here was a joy to work with. Thank you so much, Vixie, Captain, our captain.
You're welcome.
With this model.
And last but not least, there is me, Vixie Bell, your friendly neighborhood DM here at the Pocket Dragon. Thank you again. Thank you again for watching this production of Wanderhome. I hope you enjoy it. I encourage you to try this wonderful game by J Dragon. It is a lot of fun. It's very cozy and it's very sweet. And as you can see, there's a lot of depth to it, even without the combat aspects. So thanks again for watching. We hope to see you next week and have a wonderful night.